time I'll call to order the May 13, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater Downtown Development Board. Welcome to those who are in attendance today. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda, and that is approval of the minutes. At this time, are there any amendments to the minutes of the meeting of April 15, 2024?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the minutes as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to speak regarding an item that is not on the agenda today?
Good evening, everybody. Lots of familiar faces. Scott Sousa, Clear Sky Restaurants in downtown Clearwater Merchants Association, which is still alive and active and going. Wanted to say I'm so excited with the leadership that we have in front of us now, between the city manager taking over last year, the new mayor and city council, the new CRA director. I just think we're set to go and we're ready to jump in head first. So thank you all in advance for your support, because you've always been very supportive of us. Didn't have anything particular to say except we need to, I feel strongly we need to get back to the philosophy we had pre-COVID for the downtown quarter, that we make it based on outdoor dining and music, and that ties right in from Station Square Park at doing events down there, all the way down to obviously Coachman and the sound. And that we obviously have an issue with empty storefronts that's not going to be fixed overnight, but we can still have a great experience for people anywhere in the county or Hillsborough, anybody coming over. So some of the events we've done have been, amazing. Obviously, Sea Blues went tremendously. We had a ton of people there. We're going to hear later from the jazz folks and what a great job they do every year. The Ukulele Fest just brought 3,500 people downtown. Like, that's crazy for ukuleles. Who'd have thunk, right? But it did a great job, and people had a great time. So we have more of that. You'll see me in the short term, not too near future. I would like to sponsor we'll do this through the DCMA for the first time. Maybe the city can take it over after that, but to do a New Year's Eve celebration down at Coachman Park. So band, DJ, dancing, all sorts of, we've got the park, it's there, and I think we'll have a tremendous experience. We'll do it, it'll be big, it'll be huge, so that'll be something you'll see down the road. But thank you all for your support. I just wanted to say I'm glad to be here, and I will be calling on all of you very soon if I haven't already. Thanks.
Great.
Are there any other citizens here today to be heard on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 4.1.
Review and approve the March 2024 financial statement for filing.
Thank you, Ann. I was Jesus Nino, CRA and DDB Executive Director for the record. I was about to start reading each item one by one, but thank you, Ann. With that said, I do want to bring Ms. Ann Lopez up here to go ahead and give an update on item number 4.1, which is our review and approval of the March 2024 financial statements for filings. Then go from there. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them for you.
All yours. I'll be standing up here for a while. Ann Lopez, Senior CRA Manager. The first item before you is a review of the March 2024 financial statement for filing. The funds that were spent in March were $75,738.14, with an ending balance of $861,511.56, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to item 4.2.
Item 4.2, this is ID number 24-0567. This is to consider a request from the Veterans Alliance of Clearwater to allow for upfront funding in an amount not to exceed $41,000 for the memorial event. Ms. Ann Lopez, the reason why I always have her come up here is because she's very intimate with a lot of these events. As the executive director, I do assign certain tasks to staff members to undertake. And as far as special events, I do trust Ms. Lopez's ability and years of experience doing DDB special events. That's why you should call upon her to do this. But once she's done, kind of giving her presentation here, I do have a few words to say on this particular item as well.
At the February 7th, 2024 Downtown Development Board meeting, the board approved a grant funding request for the Veterans Alliance of Clearwater for Memorial Day event in an amount not to exceed $81,000. The members of the Veterans Alliance of Clearwater met with staff and has asked for an amendment to their grant agreement to allow for upfront funding in an amount not to exceed $41,000. This upfront funding will cover costs for sound and lighting, labor expenses and setup, music and entertainment, which includes speakers, bands, MC, and decorations. I have folks here from the Veterans Alliance to answer any questions.
May I for a second?
Yep.
Thank you. Do you mind if I just pause that for a quick second? I thought it was important as a new board that we have an opportunity, which we have not been given before this has been in front of us, or this new board has started to progress with our mission downtown in the city. I was interested in us having some sort of a discussion regarding co-sponsored events in our city, staple events in our city that have been here for a long time versus those events that are co-sponsored as community stakeholders in our event versus out-of-town promoters putting on great events, as so many do. And then also, I'm hoping staff can give us an update, because I haven't been updated, but I've kind of been told that we're shifting gears a little bit on how we handle co-sponsored agreements within our city. We used to have almost 2 vehicles, if I'm correct, and stop me if I'm wrong, where Parks and Rec had a vehicle of co-sponsorship, in-kind sponsorship, as well as the ability for cash, on top of this board being a second vehicle. And are we shifting that policy and that focus, doing away with the vehicle of Parks and Rec and putting that onus and responsibility on this board? I think that's probably important for us to have a discussion. And then maybe we could get, if we do move forward with that, a list of those co-sponsored events that are community partners of ours, that we do give in-kind sponsorship, whether cash or in-kind, that we are doing away with that vehicle and pushing to the responsibility of this board?
Yeah, so a couple of things here, and I've asked ACM Delk to come up. We will be presenting an item at an upcoming council meeting to discuss how Parks and Rec does funding for special events. That has not happened yet and will not go into effect for this year's funding, of which is what we are talking about today. So we are looking to do it different, and that'll come before council here shortly. So what you have heard, yes, is true. We are doing away from that, but not yet, and not for this funding, because a lot of these events have already got their plans in place. And so we didn't want to, by changing it midstream when they've already made their plans and including that funding, didn't want to be disruptive this year. So going forward, that will be it. Sir?
Yes, and so I want to make sure clear that I talked to staff prior to this meeting, and so what I kind of talked to them about preparing for was to go through as each individual item comes up and explain to you, give you background on terms of the ask of that item, as well as the justification for the staff response to that item in terms of recommending different amounts and that sort of thing. But on a more holistic basis, as Jennifer said, yes, our Parks and Recreation Department is looking at kind of bifurcating the process between the large city signature events and the smaller events that come up year round. What we're going to move toward or suggest moving toward is a supporting all the larger events with in-kind services. Those can add up to be quite expensive in their own right, the amount that we bring to the table in kind. Move away from the cash contribution part of that in the future. Now there, as Jennifer suggested, there are some existing programs. For example, Jazz Holiday is the one that we intend to bring you a request to continue the cash funding for that in the next 60 days or so or less. And that would be in addition to the in-kind, which we're also. So that's because this year is pretty well set and programmed. What we want to look at in going forward then, as I suggested, is to separate the in-kind from the cash contributions for the larger events. We are going to be recommending a budgetary item that will allow us to, on a quarterly basis, fund some smaller events throughout the year so that it's not a one and done in January, that we can continue to work with either the DDB or our downtown groups to activate throughout the year on an intermittent basis. So we will be bringing you some more specifics about the policy of that, what we're intending to do. We do want to protect the events that are already programmed for this year for 24. And with that, as we work our way through the rest of the agenda here, I've asked staff to kind of give you some background on whatever the distinction may be between the basis of the ask and the justification the city has for supporting, having recommended supporting a different amount, and then we'll recommend to you what you proceed, or as the case may be, we'll discuss that with you in more questions. So does that
help, or do you, because I know, going into these events individually, I don't know if the DDB would be interested in talking maybe, again, holistically about how to look at these events versus just jumping into it individually, going back to the first item in terms of maybe how we got here, because I know that there's some differences between what staff recommended and what was awarded by the DDB, and now it's before you all again. Would that be helpful, or do you want to do them individually? Because we can do it either way.
Wow, you guys are funny. Okay, so I think it might be best, in my opinion, as a board, to somewhat have a brief discussion about it, and not just for clarification and direction for today's groups, but so that we as a board can somewhat get on the same page with our ideas and hopes of what this vehicle as a board is looking to do for our downtown district and for events, and kind of because, we see so many different numbers, staff recommendation, and then what's been awarded, and we're so drastic, I feel like we're not on the same page and playing field as far as what our job and duty is with this board and to spend money. I see a difference, personally, I'll open the discussion, I don't see all events thrown into a basket as events. I see, being in the industry for 20 years, there's a difference between a co-sponsored event of a city partnership, a city community stakeholder in our community, versus a promoter that comes in from outside and puts on a great event as they do. But I think with respect to that, outside promoters that come in and put great events on, normally, and I work with every municipality around us, the support is limited to the city services side of it, and limited to the permitting fees, city services of police and fire and all that kind of stuff, and doesn't become a revenue source to fully fund the event for them. Like, I don't think, my opinion is, as a board and as a city, we shouldn't take our constituents' tax dollars from our millage rate in this downtown district and play Shark Tank with it and throw money at it to try to invest in it and make it work, when it's different than those proven events, 45 years, 20 years, that if we're not putting them on in our community, just say today's agenda, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, if we're not putting those on as a promoter, we have the responsibility as a city to our citizens to put those events on for them, right? So those community partners are putting those events on in partnership with us. I think those have a higher value in dollar amount in support than something that, we're not per se putting on as a city.
Vice Mayor Albritton.
So my experience with the DDB is
we've never had enough money to buy up property and change it. So our job was really to do what's best to promote the downtown. We're a promotional board. Our job is to promote the businesses and the people in the downtown district. And the downtown district is who pays for this. It's not all the rest of the taxpayers of Clearwater. Because in the downtown area district, everybody is paying for the budget of the Downtown Development Board. So I think that if we wanted to do the smaller events, I think that's perfectly legit. We can talk about funding some of the bigger ones or helping with that, but I think we're going to be more involved with the smaller ones to help promote things. It's not exactly like the CRA or the city as a whole, like the Parks and Rec Department. We have a whole different responsibility as this board. So that's just my 2 cents.
Councilmember Sheriff.
What I'm hearing is that until further notice, we shall proceed as is. And I was thinking of waiting for the staff to come back with recommendations on how to proceed, and then we as a board can have a robust conversation on what our role would be and what we think, how we should contribute. But for today, I think, from what I'm hearing, we stay steadfast, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
So you do have several items ahead of you today that are talking about individual events for this year and then for the upcoming year. So the city funding is not impacted on this because we're doing it. However, what I was hearing is just a little bit more, you all were not involved in the DDD process that approved some of these things in advance. And so it sounds like there might be a desire from at least some to have a philosophical conversation about what should you be looking for and making recommendations to approve with the items that you have in front of you right now.
Yes.
So like a little bit of guidance from staff or each other as it relates to how do you approve or what level do you approve the events that you have in front of you today.
I understand that, but in referring to the city's in kind, what was honored before will be continued.
That's correct, because those have
Unless
already...
we make changes.
Yeah, those have already been approved by council. You have a new bunch that's coming before you next month, and so we'll be making those recommendations next month. So yeah, we would not be changing the city's funding
Okay.
as a result of what you all decide on the list that's in front of you today.
Okay, perfect. That's what I understood. Thank you.
Can I inquire of you a little bit, just to make sure I understand? Because the city manager did talk to me about this issue. We discussed it, and so it may well be my misinterpretation of what we were trying to bring to you for today. So let me kind of see if this is where we need to get to. I think one of the things that the CRA and Jesus is working on is some kind of revised policies and that sort of thing to come and bring to you as a DDB to discuss with you. Because I think we need to redefine, based on the fact that you've now kind of changed the organizational structure, we need to look at whether the process, procedures, objectives for what you all want to accomplish it and how you want to accomplish it are amended to be what you want them to be, right? So I think we need to have a discussion about that. I think somewhat related to that, we're also looking at, in the Parks and Recreation Department, restructuring our special event programs, so whether we're kind of tying it, it's a little bit related to the 10 days, if you will, those big events that we have protected in our Ruth Eckerd Hall addendum, or the contract management agreement and coming the addendum. So all these things we need to pull together in terms of how we're going to fund them and implement them going forward. So right now, what's on the table staff-wise for consideration is, as we said, bifurcating the very large projects to being driven by in-kind services only. Smaller projects, funding that we can work on a more ad hoc basis throughout the year so that we can meet the demands of the public and our downtown organizations along the way. It's not one and done in January. And so I think what we want to do is kind of have a holistic discussion with you about this combination of things, the special events, how we're going to manage those, what your role in it is going to be, and how you want to see it implemented. And of course, it also relates to some extent to your seats as the CRA ultimately as well. may depend on where some of the funding comes from. But is that, so we can prepare for that, have as a formal agenda item and kind of walk through those three things for you? I think probably we're not prepared to do that in the big picture sense today. Wasn't on the agenda, but what we can do hopefully is help you as you go through these next 5 items or so and tell you kind of what the staff positioning was on what we recommended, what we didn't, and support that, and then make sure you're comfortable for these items to move forward. Or, you know, if directed by you, then we'll look for some ways to make adjustments. I don't know, am I somewhere getting to the point of what you're trying to accomplish here with the?
Yes.
I just have a question for you, Mike. Are you saying that you'd like to further see, like citizens and organizations here in Clearwater take priority and step away from outside completely altogether, or still see both?
Yeah, I don't, I don't think we should step away. You know,
Okay.
I think in fairness, we are an attractive city, and outside people want to come put on great events that our citizens deserve. But I think an event isn't an event isn't an event. We should look at them, each event individually, and we should have an idea as a board, this event coming before us falls into staple event category of 45 years, 25 years, it's called the Clearwater blank, versus an event that comes in and it's, you know, the Nike shoe event.
Brand
and
new,
it's-
trying to get off the ground.
Exactly, and I think
Yeah.
we should, and that was to
Okay.
open a dialogue as a board so that we're
That's why I
setting a
wanted to-
precedent
Yeah.
going forward, that we're all on the same page with expectations, and that was all that was.
Perfect.
And if I may, and I'm listening and I'm hearing you, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back and we're gonna watch this video and we're gonna see what we can do as far as staff to bring it back to you next month. One of the things we are doing is we're bringing back the policy next month that we're making amendments to as far as special events. Also, what we wanna do, and I'm hearing you loud and clear, and I'm very local-centric myself, so make sure that we're also very fiscally responsible with the funding that the DDB has in place. So we'll make sure to see if we can maybe see what other communities are doing as well, but also tailor it to Clearwater to make sure that we do create those sections, the outsiders versus the insiders versus the staple individuals that are already kind of doing it year by year. And as well, what we also want to do is we want to see if we can see some of the best practice, some of the good events that have been put together, the ones that did have impact analysis as part of their special event. Right now, all of them are different. So we do want to standardize them. We do want to have a checklist as far as some of the outsiders that come in to make sure when we're evaluating them, all of them are getting the same type of evaluation. And do it the right way for you and for the taxpayers out there. So we'll bring it back to you next month.
Thank you. Yeah, I said last meeting, I just, hope that we keep enough flexibility. I appreciate, what you're saying, and that it certainly would help the staff give us better recommendations if they knew how we were thinking about analyzing it. At the end of the day, we can do whatever we think is best regardless of what the staff recommends. And so I think, we should, as a board, do a deep dive into each proposal and to ask questions and to use some of the guidelines that you're suggesting to guide our decisions. But I would like to lean on, toward being more flexible and adaptable, because I think we need to be creative, obviously, with downtown and trying to inspire activity, and I think allowing some flexibility in who we and how much we grant to these different organizations is important.
Yes.
Okay. So back to, I guess, 4.2. Do we have any questions about this particular proposal?
I just have one. They want upfront funding for this event, and I'm kind of jumping, but I just want to make sure, now that we're here, will they be requesting for the next event? And if so, has it been filled out in the application so that it's being queued right?
This is the next event.
Yeah, they're veterans, right? They're asking for.
Veterans, yes. Well, as far as this, these items that are here, especially 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, and even 4.2, these are anomalies that were kind of approved by the last DDB board. So usually our recommendation is around 25,000 or less. So again, these are I can't say the word right now, but you know the word I said. So I gave up. But these are the requests that were approved by the previous DDB board. And this particular one, now the individual group is coming back and requesting upfront funding to see if they can, so they can pull off their project. Right now, staff is pretty confident they're gonna pull off the project no matter what. My concern is that we might be setting up a precedent here. We don't do that. That's a lot of risk that you take. In this case, we're fairly confident they're gonna pull off this event unless there's some kind of real act of God, tornado or something, and hopefully none of that happens. But we're pretty sure they're gonna pull off this project. As far as how successful it is, it's a different story. But I just feel there's a precedent being set that we're giving money up front, and there's a lot of risk to that. This one, again, is right there. The event's gonna happen pretty soon, but in the future, if others start doing this, and what happens if the event never happens, or whatever may happen.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, on this one, I'm fairly confident with veterans that we go forward with this.
And if it's the will of the board here, again, I'm just putting it out there for the record, that it's a precedent we're setting. But if the board here as a group does make that decision to move forward, staff will do everything in their ability to make it happen. But it's pretty late in the game as far as us processing checks and so forth, just to put it on the record as well.
I'll just go ahead and say that I understand what you're saying, Jesus, 100%, and I agree with Vice Mayor here. I think that, you know, this event's definitely going to go off. But I would also point to what the mayor said. You know, we're going to be looking at each project in its individuality. So going forward, even though we're setting a precedence for this event, this is one individual event that we're talking about right now.
Right.
I don't think that that sets the standard for each other event that we'll see in the future.
And I'll add too that I have no doubt that this is gonna, I'm putting my personal shoulder into this too. It's very important for the city of Clearwater to make this event successful. So I've met with them several times this past week, and we need to do all we can as a community to make this successful. This is an event not just for Clearwater, it's for all of Tampa Bay, it's for all across the state of Florida. And we just really hope that we can make this so successful this year that it's talked about and publicized and brings lots of not just regional, but state and national attention to Clearwater. I appreciate your sharing it with us, though, that we are, and I shared with leaders of the group that we are making an exception here. We don't want to do this each year, and hopefully we'll be successful enough this year that they won't need this advance funding going forward.
And we do hope this does become one of those signature events every year as well.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor?
We have to make a motion?
No, yeah.
I make a motion to approve agenda item 4.2, Veteran Alliance of Clearwater requesting upfront funding in amount of not to exceed $41,000.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to item 4.3.
4.3, this is item ID number 24-0556, approval of special event grant funding request for food from So Festival produced by KVJINC PR-ETI Foundation in an amount not to exceed $25,000. And if Ms. Ann Lopez has any presentation, and then the applicant as well.
Ann Lopez. At the March 2024 Downtown Development Board meeting, Ms. Kimberly Jackson attended to request from the board funding for her Food from the Soul Festival event that'll take place on November 2nd. Her request, staff's recommendation at that time was $25,000. Her event will take place on November 2nd, 2024 in Coachman Park with an estimated attendance of 1,500 to 2,000. The Food from the Soul Food Festival is a competition filled with family fun and will feature various cuisines, including catering, food trucks, restaurants, and startups. The total budget cost for this event is $200,000, with their contribution being $60,000, and are asking the DDB for $140,000. Staff's recommendation in March was for $25,000. That aligned with the DDB's policy at that time. Staff's recommendation is still set for $25,000, but it's eliminating the $15,000 for marketing. It's more of just an overall $25,000 to go towards costs associated with marketing, entertainment, and city fees. So we're not setting a limit for each one, just an overall $25,000. And I have Ms. Jackson here, who has her time. She'll present to the board and hopefully answer any questions that she may have.
Okay, hi, I'm Kim Jackson with KVJ INCPR. A little bit on me, I've been in business since 1999, doing public relation and event planning. I've worked in 3 Super Bowls, Tampa, Jacksonville, and Houston, and in Pro Bowl for the NFL Youth Clinic, which has now been morphed into the NFL Experience. And I currently have done over the government contracting work doing public forums and public relations on about almost $500 million in construction work. I'm currently working on with Skanska on the Fair Oaks Park project. It's a $41 million park. And also I'm working with Bartow CRA with your former employee Howard Smith, who's the director over there. Now, Food from the Soul, last year we did it in Tampa, Florida. We were in competition with Dessert Wars, which is backed by the Food Network. So we were very blessed to get a little over 500 people there, because they took all our desserts people except for one. So we did very well. We had a great turnout. And we started our advertisement. As you can see, we had our vendors already. We've confirmed all 25 of our food vendors from last year. And we are now getting extra interest as far as Washington, D.C. The winner was Country Boy Kitchen. He's out of Elgin, South Carolina. And the other 2 second place, 2 grandmas was from Tampa. And Marjorie's Backwood Barbecue was from Tampa. So we're requesting to come over here in Clearwater. It's a beautiful park. I know Skanska, I'm working with them. So they were like, you should come over there and try their park. It's nicer. And so I do believe this is a better area. And with us getting, because I told people we were in Clearwater, our interest has grown, because that's why I'm getting interest all the way from DC. So I've reached out to hotels. I'm waiting for the Residence Inn to get back with me, Hampton Inn, and then I've gotten quotes from the Sheraton and the Marriott. Any questions?
Questions from the board?
So you did this event in Tampa last year, right? And then have you done those kind of events before in the different cities?
Yeah, I've worked in other festivals, so I decided to do my own, because there was nothing catering to African American, Asian, Caribbean, Hispanic, and Native American.
Got it. And then usually what kind of people, like what amount of people are we talking about that you think would
I do
come to
believe
the
we'll
event?
get to 1,500, because once again, when I said Clearwater and close to the beach, it seems to bring out people who want to not just stay for a day, but stay multiple times. Because even our sponsorship has kicked up. We have Cisco Foods already confirmed, Florida Blue, Skanska, BJ Construction, and Carolina Hospitality so far. On the media side, we have the Tampa Bay Times, Tampa Bay Magazine, Vibe 101.5, and we're all confirmed. Well, you don't have the presentation, but we confirmed with the Good Live Tampa Bay, Morning Blend, Florida Sentinel, La Caseta. So all of our people, all the major news stations and any smaller publications are reconfirming, so.
And do you have anybody from downtown Clearwater also participating as a vendor of the event?
Well, I've already went out and I ran into Ann and started speaking with some of the businesses on Cleveland Street. I went out 3 blocks. I didn't get everybody because some people weren't there, and I was a little tired going. I didn't want to go up the stairs just yet. I wanted to break it up a couple of days and do that. But we've gotten like major responses, especially from some of the real estate, because a lot of our vendors come in and they cook, especially the African food. They need a B&B so that they can spread out, because a lot of their food takes hours to marinate and stuff. So we're getting great response. That's why we have the posters already getting ready to go out. so that they can put up, but we got a good response for them on doing cross-promotion and everything. And then a couple of vendors have reached out to us about being in the competition.
Councilmember?
Just a few questions regarding logistics. Is this going to be a ticketed event?
Yes,
Cost
it
per
will.
entrance?
It'll be, it will range from 25 to 125, 150.
Just for people to enter into the
For
contest
V's.
or
No,
a
no, no.
consumer?
For the competition, it's $300, and we do cash giveaway, and with Cisco, they're helping us to reach to other, equipment for kitchens and stuff like that, because most of all of our food trucks, they're trying to get into a brick and mortar. And so one of the biggest things is the build out. So if you can get a percentage off of a range or a refrigerator or some kind of kitchen equipment or supplies, so Cisco is working with us and those vendors to help out with that part. So, because they're all looking, everybody wants to do their full menu because food trucks are very limited. And then we have caterers who want to get into full restaurants. So hopefully they can find brick and mortars, and with the publicity, it helps them to get more business so they can find somewhere to be.
Will the vendors or contestants be charged a participant fee?
Competitors 300, vendors are 150.
Okay. But the event is free to
No, it's
participate or no?
ticketed.
It's
Well,
ticketed.
no,
So
to
it's-
attend, to
yeah.
attend it's
To attend,
ticketed.
it's
It's ticketed.
ticketed.
Mhm.
So there's 3 fees.
And you said the tickets 25 to
They start between 25 and 150.
150.
Because we had 2 VIP rooms this year. As you've seen on one of the posters, it broke down the, what you get with those services. And they had 2 of the vendor ones that came that way. And right now, Tampa Bay Times is our tickets vendor. We're not using Eventbrite, we're using that. And they're already pushing us out, so we're already starting to see ticket sales come in. Yes?
Councilmember Menino?
Okay, I had several questions. I think some of it kind of evolve around the business model and the business plan. According to what, you submitted to us, $140,000 is an ask for expenses, and then you included what looked like about 12 staff members putting their
I'm
hours in.
taking care of them.
And that was.
That's part of my
That was the $60,000? But what we're not seeing in that is the $300 entry for the restaurants. We're not seeing the math on Cisco sponsorships. We're not seeing math
Well, a
on
lot of them
how
just-
many vendors at $150 apiece. Your gate at $25 apiece, if you got the 1,500 people that you wanted, you're bringing in $37,500 on top of that. So I'm not seeing where necessarily you have skin in this game, and it seems like a lot of this is reliant on the city to
Well,
financially put this event together. And then there's a possibility of a company walking away with what could be almost $60,000, $70,000 of income.
well, actually, I'm putting in 60,000. Part of it is sponsored. Cisco and those just approved, came in. It takes a minute for your sponsorship to come in. But last year, I put in 30,000 of my own money. So that came out of mine, and I'm prepared to do it again. And I know I will match it again, the other 30 with sponsorship. And I didn't put the other, because when I was speaking to the CRA about what all I need to put in there, they only told me to put my expenses and everything. They didn't tell me to put in how much sponsorship would be, how much would it be for competition people, how much would it be for vendors. I was told not to put that in the budget, so that's why. To just put down what my expenses would be. So my event happened, I have my money ready. I put my money where my mouth is. That's why it went off last year, even up against Dessert Wars, which is backed by the Food Network. And I just had a small media budget. I would have needed like $100,000 to battle them, but they won't be on November 2nd, so I won't have that issue. But we're doing pretty well, seeing as we're getting vendors all the way from Washington DC that are interested to come into this competition.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm asking again.
No, I understand
the
why
word
you're asking.
precedent was brought out earlier, and I don't want to see us as
Well,
a board.
this will be a reimbursement. I'm not asking for upfront money. If I don't
Yeah.
spend it, I won't
No,
be
and-
getting it from you.
And I totally get that, and I'm not questioning your event. Being in the industry, my question is that the business model of when you do your expenses and revenues and we come down to a nut, you then have to build an event in the scope that fits those revenues and expenditures. And I don't know if I'm comfortable as a board being that insurance policy that allows businesses to come in and remove those guardrails and scope of an event and putting that responsibility on that millage and tax that's collected. I don't know how the board feels about it, but I would be in support, supporting staff's recommendation on this.
Well, I will be bringing in people who will be using hotel rooms, people who will need to use other restaurants while they're here. And this is part of what's coming already. I'm not just saying, oh, these people are interested. I have the phone calls and the phone records and the emails to back it up. Now, I understand why you're questioning, but I did not put that in there, those things that you asked to be put in there, because that's what staff told me not to put in. They just said, list your budget and go from there and defend it. So that's where it's at. But we are, with it being here, we're getting more interest. So I will be using the amenities and the different businesses within Clearwater to put this on. And I have my own personal money along with sponsorship money, so that will be covered. You won't be an insurance thing, trust me. This event went off last year without an insurance, it will go off this year without an insurance. But I would like some help to help me grow bigger, because I want to make this a 2-day definite established event so we can grow larger. Yes, ma'am?
Ms. Lopez, could you remind us why you gave a staff recommendation of $25,000?
At this meeting? Yes, so I followed a similar guide to what we did at the previous, which covered costs associated with marketing, city fees, and entertainment. The policy stated 15,000 max for marketing. Each one of those categories had a specific not to exceed amount for an overall maximum that anyone could receive being 25,000. I kept that still as my recommendation. And Ms. Jackson is correct. When I did ask her for her budget, it was associated with that policy, knowing that what she would submit, that would be the maximum. We kind of spoke it out as staff, and seeing that this would be the first time, that was what our recommendation was. It was still covering marketing, city fees, and entertainment, but not setting limits, and just an overall maximum amount. So if she spent $25,000 total in marketing costs, you know, she could be reimbursed for the maximum.
So you're not paying anything to the city for use of the space, use of the park, is that correct, or are you?
Well, I haven't gotten those budgets yet, because I'm not being co-sponsored. So whatever all of that's going to be is coming from me.
Well, I mean, you're not, the company I work for, we do sports facilities, so if a for-profit entity, an event operator wanted to come into one of the city-owned facilities and use it, then they would pay.
Yeah, I haven't
use
gotten the
license fee, but you will be paying something to the city for use of the space.
Well, I haven't gotten the fee list yet. I'm still, I have a pre-approval already for using the space, but I haven't seen any numbers from them just yet.
She has submitted her special event permit with Parks and Recreation, and I do know she is working with Parks and Rec staff for her event. And I could totally be wrong, but it's my understanding that they put on the event, and once the event is complete, then they'll know what some of those final hard costs are.
And so I'm currently also working with fire and rescue because of the inspection part. And we're trying to get all our vendors in the day before, but if not, we'll be working with other fire and rescue in whatever city. And then next I have to go to the police department and see what police will be and what security will be. So I'm still working those numbers around. That's why I started out a year early.
Other Questions?
I am curious to the other vendors that have pledged you money that hasn't come through yet. of
No, well,
what-
we just started that far, so it's already at 300. We have 20 vendors already confirmed.
I'm sorry, I'm talking more so about your Cisco, so the
Oh,
partners that
Cisco
you
is
have,
at-
like how much they've pledged to you, and then the other big names, because that
It's-
should offset your 140,000 too,
Where they're
correct?
10 grand in cash.
Okay.
But then the rest will be in kind, because we'll need the refrigerated trucks. We'll need those other vendors as far as kitchenware, equipmentware, and a lot of that stuff will be in kind. And Florida Blue is at 5, Carolina is at 10, and Skanska, I believe, is at 5 right now, and then BJ Construction is at 10.
I think what makes this unique is that you are a business and you have multiple streams of income, whether it be from the participants, from the vendors, from the contestants. You have many sponsorships, and your ask is for $140,000. And so it's not like a nonprofit that's asking for subsidy because they don't, and it's a free event. Even other events that we've done in the past where it is a business, at least it's free for everyone, right?
Well-
So this is just truly unique, and asking for $140,000 when there's so much that you're receiving, whether it's from sponsorship, in kind, tickets, vendors, and contestants. I have reservations about that. Significant ones.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, make a motion. I move to approve agenda item 4.3, approve a special event grant funding request for Food for the Soul Festival produced by KVJINC PRETI Foundation in an amount not to exceed $25,000.
So, one thing, so before we do that, I would ask to have a discussion between the board, and then we can have Ms. Jackson.
Let's have a second first, and then we'll.
Okay, that's right.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, my major concern is that, I mean, I believe our goal and our product as the board is to bring a lot of people to Clearwater and to attract people to come to Clearwater, downtown Clearwater. Now, what Ms. Jackson is asking is $140,000 to bring in 1,500 people. Into comparison, we have other events where they're asking for much less money and bringing much more people, like I'm talking 5,000, 15,000 people. And since it is a first event that she will be holding, I cannot see how we can improve that that kind of money. Now, in terms of approving what been suggested to us by the staff, my only reservation is we're going to have this event in the Coachman Park where it's going to be a lot of food, and I still haven't heard, and I asked Ms. Jackson that last time when she brought this up in front of the old board. We don't have anybody yet confirmed from the downtown, any vendors from downtown. I'm talking Clear Sky, Downtown Pizza, and so on. I don't want to create a competition, and I don't want to steer people from downtown restaurants, because imagine we're going to have a food festival in Coachman Park. Say it's going to be Saturday or Sunday, and then people might steer from the restaurant. They might not go to the restaurants that they might go to the festival, and I don't see how that going to benefit downtown in any way. So my key part would be, if we approve this, I would like to make sure that at least some of the restaurants participate as vendors.
You don't put that restriction on any other vendors that come here, so why are you only putting that restriction on me?
Ms. Jackson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
This is-
I
this
just
is a
don't like
discussion
those
with the-
restrictions that you're trying to put on my event,
Yeah.
that you have not put on any other event that's come before you.
I
That's
understand.
what I have an
To-
issue
To the
with.
board member's point, it's not a time
I'm
for
sorry.
conversation. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's all I have.
I do want to say, when you did ask her, she said that she has talked to some of them. So they haven't committed yet, but the conversation has happened. I
Right.
agree, I do want to see our downtown businesses a part of it and be a productive.
My problem
Or-
is that, my problem is that she gave me the same answer 2 months ago when she first came in. So since then, I haven't heard anything new that happened. Like, there was, like, from what I was hearing from her, there was no movement towards that. Like,
Understandable.
that's my concern.
Yep, understand.
And
Councilmember Menino?
then, for clarity, the motion on the table is to approve the staff recommendation of
Yep.
$25,000. Are you questioning that amount on the lower side, or a
No,
higher
no.
side, or?
I'm questioning the fact that we're gonna hold this event. We don't have yet any confirmation from downtown businesses participating in that event.
Right.
And I can see how that event might hurt them, and I do not see how that might benefit them. That's my consideration.
Gotcha.
With that said, one thing is that spending 25,000 people to bring in 1,500 or 2,000 people to the event is great in general. And I would love to see 1,500, 2,000 people participating in event in Coachman Park, but that's my consideration is how it's going to hurt or benefit the downtown businesses.
Any other discussion on the council? At this time, is there anyone here from the public that would like to comment on agenda item 4.3? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
With Vice Mayor Albritton absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to agenda item 4.4.
This next item, item 4.4, ID number 24-0550, review special event funding for Clearwater Jazz Holiday for Part A, 45th Downtown Activation, which was approved for $50,000, and Part B, Holiday Experience, which was approved for $8,500. Have Ms. Ann Lopez to present this particular item, and then also provide her recommendations. Just for the record, item 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6, these were requests that were approved by the previous Downtown Development Board. And at the last meeting, the board member, Teixeira, requested these items be brought back to you for presentation. Ms. Ann Lopez.
Good afternoon. So with the next three items, I'll just kind of give a little bit of a history behind them, you know, what staff's recommendation was. That way the board has that information. So at the March 20th Downtown Development Board, Clearwater Jazz Holiday had submitted a special event grant funding request for two events. First one being Part A, which is their 45th anniversary event, and then Part B, which is their holiday event. The Part A, the Clearwater Jazz Holiday 45th Downtown Activation, will take place on October 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th on the green space of Coachman Park. They will present a 4-day concert series in the area adjacent to the Sound and will feature several free areas for the community, including late afternoon concerts. Staff's recommendation for Part A was $21,000, which was $5,000 for artist fees and services and $15,000 for marketing, plus $1,000 for city fees. Part B is their holiday experience concerts event, which will take place in Coachman Park on December 7th. Staff's recommendation for that was for $8,500, which was $5,000 for artist fees, $2,500 for marketing, and $1,000 for city fees. The board at the March meeting approved Part A at $50,000 and Part B at $8,500. I have some folks here from Clearwater Jazz Holiday. So what we have asked is for them to come back. We've given them 3 minutes to tell the board now about their event, why they're asked, about their ask. And then what staff's ask of the board is to just let us know should there be any changes that you would want to make. Should the agreement stay as is, any amendments, or potential termination based on the grant agreement.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So as you know, we have designed a very special 45th anniversary celebration for Clearwater Jazz Holiday in October. The festival will celebrate 45 years with a Back to Our Roots theme. We are back in the familiar setting of Coachman Park, which is adjacent to the Baycare Sound Amphitheater. The community will also be able to enjoy certain elements of the festival at no charge, similar to the early days of Clearwater Jazz Holiday. The main stage will be on the large green where reserved seating and a VIP experience will be available for purchase, and we will also feature smaller stages for the community to enjoy at no cost prior to the main concerts. As for the main concerts on the big stage, in addition to the paid seating, the community now can also enjoy the main stage shows from beer gardens situated on the green, as well as large grass bluff overlook where blankets and lawn chairs are welcome, all at no charge to the community. We are grateful for the continued support of the Clearwater Jazz Holiday tradition. In terms of some background, following last year's event, we worked with Parks and Recreation and submitted our typical City of Clearwater event co-sponsorship application for this year's festival, which is October 17th through the 20th. Although we've recently learned that the process for event co-sponsorship applications may be changing, we understand the dollar amount we requested back in January, as well as the typical in-kind city support services and materials are in place and expected to be committed to support the 2024 festival. As it relates to the DDB meeting today, we had submitted a separate funding request specific to the component of the festival open to the public at no charge, as well as our Station Square Park event at the end of the year in December. And in those requests, we highlighted the significant impact to downtown. We presented the funding request to the DDB in March, presenting this back to our root strategy, and the DDB awarded $50,000, which was similar to last year's award. This part of the festival has now evolved to 15 concerts across 2 smaller stages over the 4 days, plus performances from the young musicians all along Cleveland Street, all creating a fun, festive celebration throughout downtown at no cost to the community. At the time, the DDB also awarded $8,500 as part of our simultaneous request for the Station Square Park during the holidays in December as part of our CJH Presents concert series, which we have been activating regularly since October of the pandemic, very successfully. One of the few organizations that have been able to activate areas in downtown. These events have been fantastic for downtown, provide great marketing exposure throughout the year, and also highlight downtown food merchants at the events. Thank you.
Phenomenal.
Any questions from the council? Excuse me, from the board.
Not a question, but I want to thank you. We've had several discussions on how we can proceed with this great event, 4-day event plus the extra one. And I really want to thank you for being flexible when trying to incorporate Cleveland Street with the students playing in front of the restaurants, therefore merging the two, Cleveland Street and Coachman Park, and adding to the branding of downtown being a performing arts destination. So thank you for being flexible.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Alberti.
Yeah, and I want to kind of echo the same thing. You know, you're getting back to your roots again, the festival roots, and you've always done a great job of bringing in downtown into your festival. And this is the kind of thing that I'm really supportive of in Clearwater, because it really gets a lot of exposure to all the restaurants and merchants downtown. And, you know, 45 years. It's been doing it. It's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. I believe in the last meeting I asked it, but just to want to make sure, in the last year's event, how many people you had in attendance?
From the last year
Yeah.
format,
Yeah.
I have one of our operations consultant, Gary Hollis here, is probably best to answer the questions on statistics.
I just want to know if I remember it correctly, it was 15,000 people? Is that so?
And that sounds right, yeah, and just to clarify for the group, I think you know this, but the last year strategy of us putting our best foot forward in the new amphitheater is very different from the strategy this year, which will be in Coachman Park, part paid, part free. So we are expecting more people to come this year than last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Menino.
echo the same sentiments. I also want to thank you for your patience and understanding as this board has transitioned, as well as obviously the city transitioning through the protocols of co-sponsored agreements. Born and raised in Clearwater as a child, we came downtown 2 times a year, 4th of July and the Jazz Festival. I can't tell you how many times over the handful of years I've been asked by people, we miss the free Jazz Festival. So when I heard getting back to your roots and really incorporating the community into that free side, I was happy for you and appreciate it. Above all else, I want to thank you and recognize this isn't just a weekend event. I want to thank you for what your organization does in the community 365 days a year with music and arts in our schools, in our recreation facilities, and just helping the kids in our community. So I want to commend you on that year-round mission and being a true stakeholder in our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I am supportive of this.
Thank you. Means a lot.
City Attorney?
Thank you. Just a procedural comment, Mayor. So on 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6, because they were previously approved by the board, there is no motion that needs to be made at this time, unless there is a motion to change the item in some way. But otherwise, there's no need to make a motion at this time.
Okay.
I do have a question on point of procedure. The agreements that are in place from the last DDB board are on a reimbursement basis and have some specifics as to how money is to be spent in different categories. And just for point of clarification, do the different categories still apply? Has that been changed in any way? We'll probably need some guidance on that for our planning.
Your agreement is still your agreement unless the board here makes amendments to that agreement. Your agreement is what it is.
Okay.
Do you find those restrictive?
We do.
Would you like us to just remove it and just have a flat grant and?
Having the flexibility and the discretion with that would be serve us well in our planning and be very helpful.
I'm agreeable to that.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
Motion to amend the contract to remove all restrictions in terms of allocated amounts?
Is this for part A and B?
Yes.
I second.
Part A and B.
I second.
Is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak with regarding to the motion and agenda item 4.4? Any discussion on the motion?
Only positive. I think that this event clearly demonstrates what our mission as a board is, and I fully support it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
This time we'll move to item 4.5 on the agenda.
Item 4.5 is ID number 24-0552. It's to review the special event funding request for the Veterans Alliance of Clearwater Veterans Day event that was approved at $81,000. Ms. Ann Lopez, if you can provide a staff report, please.
The Clearwater Veterans Alliance of Clearwater came forward to the February 7th, 2024 Downtown Development Board to request special event grant funding for their Veterans Day event that will take place November 9th, 2024 with an estimated attendance of 2,000. The Veterans Alliance estimates that the total budget cost of this event will be $81,000, and their ask of the DDB at the time was $66,000, which would cover costs associated with sound, lighting, labor, entertainment, food and beverage, and marketing costs. After review of what was submitted, staff's recommendation was an amount not to exceed $20,000, which was based on the DDB's funding policy at that time. That would cover $15,000 in marketing and $5,000 in entertainment. At the February 7th, 2024 Downtown Development Board meeting, the board approved a grant funding request in an amount of $81,000 with up to $66,000 to partially fund an approved program plus an additional amount of $15,000 to partially fund a downtown parade and marketing. I have Robbie Groover here with the Veterans Alliance to answer any questions.
Hello.
Hi.
appreciate y'all's support. I appreciate supporting our last agenda item as well. We're excited. I mean, on behalf of the veteran community in the city of Clearwater and the surrounding cities, you know, we are building an amazing 20th anniversary Memorial Day and Veterans Day event. You know, we're excited to see where this is going to build. We are a niche organization. We supply an amazing opportunity for the veterans who reside in the city of Clearwater and surrounding areas. But what we're doing is we're actually fulfilling an event that fills a void that nobody else is really filling right now. Memorial Day and Veterans Day are a very important, coveted event to celebrate. And as we stand right now, we will be the second largest Veterans Day Memorial Day event in the state of Florida. I wanted to introduce to the board, to the council, we have Jerry Schaefer here. He has got a hell of an event background, and this is our operations guy who's going to kind of talk about a little bit of city impact, what our event can do, and what we can do if we get some more support.
Thank you, Robbie. Good afternoon.
Hello.
As Robbie mentioned, my name is Jerry Schaefer. I'm a Marine veteran. I live in Pinellas County, just a little bit south here in Largo, and was very honored when they asked me to be a part of this event. Obviously, all of us know how festivals have an impact on the local economic system, and that's part of why you're here and what you're looking to do. But they also foster a sense of pride. And when you're talking about veterans and taking care of our veterans and recognizing our veterans and the sacrifices that they've made and the services that they've given to this country, that's very important for us. There's a couple things that I'm a data guy myself, so I want to bring out some data here. How many people are familiar with Telluride, Colorado? Anyone familiar with the festival out there? Mm-hmm. So every year they have a festival that attracts 12,000 attendees, generates about $1,050 in economic impact per person, and totals about $10 million in total local impact. That's a 4-day festival that they have out there. Telluride has a population of 2,588. The city of Clearwater has a population of around 117,000. Pinellas County has a population of around 961,000. Let's talk about the other festivals around here. I got to attend the Sea Blues Fest, the Jazz Holiday Fest, great events, done very well. There's a lot of pride in those events, and you can tell. So just talking numbers here, though, statistically speaking, 45% of Americans like rock music. 42% of Americans like country music. 40% like pop music, and a combined 21% like jazz and blues.
Hate to cut you off. And,
okay.
First, let me say we appreciate your service to our country.
Thank you, sir.
We're all in it for that. And I think generally, speak for the rest of the board, we're very supportive of this event. So appreciate you sharing the detail you shared. That certainly helps us. We want to make it successful. But at this time, I'd see if there's anyone from the board have questions or comments. Councilmember Menino.
Echo the same sentiment. Thank you for your service. The veterans community, I know this board and every one of them really care about the veterans, and not only our community, but across the country. It makes me excited to hear that we very well could have the second largest Memorial Day and Veterans Day celebration in all of Florida. And we talk about what this board's use is as a vehicle, and it's to drive attention and engagement in our downtown district, and that perfectly fits the mold. I appreciate that. I also want to say that, you know, we're seeing budgets from a lot of events, and a large-scale event downtown conservatively is budgeted in some of these proposals anywhere from $150,000, $200,000, $250,000 to execute an event, not including a parade like you're bringing. So for me, and my standpoint, to see city investment of $81,000 to one of our community partners and stakeholders in our community year-round, I think the city's getting a heck of a deal on that to execute a parade in a celebration downtown honoring our veterans. So I greatly appreciate you picking Clearwater. Thank you.
We want to see you be successful and certainly have high hopes and aspirations for making Clearwater known for a city that honors veterans and the service to our country all year round, not just on holidays, but certainly make sure that people are remembering on these two holidays why we're celebrating. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Okay. No action taken on this, so thank you. Yeah. We'll move to the next agenda item, which is item 4.6.
Item 4.6, ID number 24-0555, review special event funding for Florida Best Promotions, Inc. for Salsa at the District. Oktoberfest, which was approved at an amount not to exceed $191,000. Ms. Ann Lopez with staff report, please.
At the March 20th, 2024 Downtown Development Board meeting, Florida Best Promotions, Inc. submitted a special event funding request for Salsa at the District Oktoberfest event that will take place on October 12th, 2024 from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. with an estimated attendance of 5,000. Salsa at the District Oktoberfest will include an immersive experience with rich Latin dance community and culture that appeals to the Latino community. The total cost of the Salsa at the District Oktoberfest event is $205,000, and they requested $195,000. Florida Best Promotions has submitted a special event grant application and at the time also applied for the high impact event co-sponsorship through the City of Clearwater. Based on the DDB's funding policy at the time, staff presented a recommendation of this event in an amount not to exceed $25,000, which would cover $15,000 in marketing, up to $5,000 in entertainment fees, and up to $5,000 in city fees. The maximum amount that staff was recommending for city fees did not include coverage for mitigation, as that was a separate line item on their budget. The DDB approved funding in this event at an amount of $195,000, which was up to $100,000 for marketing, up to $10,000 for city fees, up to $80,000 for entertainment, and up to $5,000 for mitigation. And I have Richard Del Rio from Florida Best Promotions to answer any questions from the board.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
I'm Richard Del Rio of Florida Best Promotions and the proud producer of Salsa at the District. We've been doing this event here in downtown for 3 years now, and we've had amazing success, and we absolutely love being in downtown Clearwater. Love the venue. I've been doing the event since 2014. I started off in Tarpon Springs on the sponge docks, where we grew very quickly from our first event, which we had 3,000 people, which is exactly how we started here post-COVID, and grew that very quickly to averaging 10 to 12,000 people twice a year. So we used to do May and October in Tarpon Springs. And we did do a May event here. This year we're only doing October for several different reasons. But yeah, I had a presentation. We're not showing the presentation. The presentation did have data showing how many people that we attract from outside of the Clearwater area. The number the estimated attendance in October was about 5,000 people, and over 90% of those people came from outside of Clearwater, all the way from Jacksonville, Miami, kind of statewide. Our focus has always been to target the dancer, which is a very diverse demographic, which also appeals to the larger Latin community. But in the dance community, and I used to be a teacher myself, there's all types of socioeconomic levels and cultures, and we do a good job at reaching out to all of them. And over the years, we've been able to produce this event successfully because we've been able to collect data, and we reach out to those people, and they regularly, they come back every year. They're waiting for the next announcement, and they seem to love Clearwater. I've got a lot of feedback from all of them coming back. They love Clear Sky, they love downtown pizza, they love tequilas, and the new places.
Nash Keys.
Nash Keys.
Nash Keys, yes. So we feel that we stand in a great position to not only support the downtown area, which we love, but to bring diversity to the area. And not just diversity within the Spanish community, because we do bring diversity within there, but even outside of that, we bring more than just Latinos.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board?
So, given the previous history and success, did you have sponsors and media outlet available to help with the funding?
I do always have sponsors every year. I've been very blessed that many of the sponsors that have been with me since 2014 come back.
Okay, council member?
So I've attended every single one of them, and I've danced every single time, and I've enjoyed it. It is one of my favorite events. But I do want to ask you some questions, just for a recap. The last time you had this event, how much did you receive from the DDB?
I believe it was 25.
And how many people attended?
I believe we had about 5,000.
Okay. You also had a ticketed after-hours event involving 2 of the businesses, correct?
Correct.
Would you be willing to rethink about how that's done? I would encourage you to speak with those 2 business owners and maybe.
Yeah, I have spoken with them.
Okay.
And, you know, there's always, when you do events, and I've been doing them since 2014, and part of doing those events that I enjoy is post-event analysis and making changes. And yes, I would, with this, if this were to be approved, be able to provide entertainment to many of those places, and also throughout, even after the event ends, and provide it to these restaurants for free, if they're open to it.
And how much did you spend on your marketing, both digital and social media, the last event?
I believe it was 5,000.
So what are your expectations by asking for 100,000 for digital and social media? I don't even think we have a capacity if you want to multiply it accordingly, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't have enough restaurants or businesses to support all those people if you want to improve your marketing and it's directly correlated with attendance.
Yeah. So that is a very good point, and one that has not escaped me, you know. And the point is to grow these events, you know. We hope to never outgrow downtown. I believe that the downtown area provides a very unique environment for these types of events. If you look at any Latin event right now in Tampa, anywhere you go, it's the same event. You got a stage with a bunch of vendors around the edge. You can change the artist, you can change this. It's the same event. This is unique, and it's something culturally we're used to in Puerto Rico. And even in New York, they used to have those old block parties when Fania All-Stars, I don't know if you guys know who Fania All-Stars is, but when Fania All-Stars was bringing salsa music to the world, and to have a salsa festival, I truly believe in my heart that we can create, Clearwater can become a dance destination for the world. What we're doing here is just the beginning of a very larger vision that I have for this festival that hopefully you guys will see as well. But hosting weekend-long congresses where we bring instructors and things like that from all over the world. With this budget, we're planning to bring in a band from Spain. They're called Tromboranga. They're very popular within the dance community, which has always been my strategy and unique strategy in doing Latin events, is you target the dancer and you appeal to the greater Latin community. the dancers themselves become part of the entertainment. I mean, you could stand there and just watch people dance all night and just enjoy that. And you know, another testimony to my success, I know you didn't ask this question, I'm just kind of throwing that in there. But I don't know if you guys got this, but I recently worked with Pier 60 to do the Latin night over there, and we had tremendous success, and she actually wrote me a recommendation letter that I hope you guys got. So anyways, any other questions?
Vice Mayor, do you have?
Yeah, you know, I think what you're doing here, your event is a great event. I think that I would be more inclined to go with the staff recommendation on this. Seems like maybe this was one of the ones that they started dumping money in, you know, out of the DDB. So I'd like to see you grow it. I think if it happened, and, you know, you're bringing in this, your attendance is going to be the same amount as last year, yet we gave you 25 last year, and this year 195. You got 10% of skin in the game. And I don't even think you've counted all your sponsors yet that are
I haven't
coming in.
counted all the sponsors. Traditionally, I will bring in, I'll bring in 30 to 40,000 in sponsorships. But with a bigger budget, you know, one thing that we've never been able to do is to sell a title sponsorship. So we'd love to be able to do that. We believe this marketing budget would help us to do that, which would cement this event as a flagship event for the city of Clearwater. And the potential is huge, and it's unique. It really is unique. If you look at the other cities, they do fund Latin events, but they're all really the same event. You know, this is something very unique, and it's working. It's proving to work. With your support, we could cement this as a staple event. It's like when I grew up, I want to be like the Jazz Festival. And we're ready at year 3. Is it 3? Yeah. And when we first started, we were doing twice a year. This year, we're only doing 1. So if you add the 2 a year, you're looking at 10,000 people that I've been bringing every year to Clearwater for the last 3 years.
Well, this is just me talking, but, you know, next year come back, and since I'm sitting here now, you can sell me on it. And tell me what you're doing, if you're doing 2. Tell me what how you're raising money to do it, and I just think I need a little bit better sales job on it. I'd go with the staff recommendation. So.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, so I hear you want to grow the event, just the beginning of the vision. I think that that's great. I think that the idea, what you brought in, is awesome, but I do need to go back to the fact that you received 25,000 and brought in 5,000 people. This is the second ask. If you're trying to grow, why not just ask for maybe double and 50,000 and see if you bring in 10 or maybe 15,000 to see how it is growing, not $195,000. Like I'll be honest with you, I can't palate that. That's just, I like the gung-ho-ness of it, but I'm sharing the same sentiment as Vice Mayor Albritton here, and Lena Ms. Teixeira, because I would think that the ask would be a little bit smaller to show the board that the event is growing, and then continue down that to continue asking for additional funds, how it helped the downtown, the businesses, those types of things, just as we alluded to, and Councilmember Menino pointed out with the Jazz Holiday and how they incorporate everybody. And then 90% outside is awesome, but where's the Clearwater being brought in to get that city activated, right? So
yeah, we have about 10% of the attendees, at least documented attendees, were from the Clearwater area.
Yeah.
About 9,000 of the undocumented or the documented excuse me, 90% of the documented attendees came from outside Clearwater. So staying in hotels, spending money, coming back with their families, learning about the downtown area. One of the things we really wanted to do with this grant was to bring in a band from Spain. And very popular. I just went to something called Baila Tampa, which was a congress, and a dance congress, salsa dance congress, Latin dance congress. And, you know, this band, at least 10 of the contest winners or contest people, and this was a big festival, were using this band. So they are a little expensive, and that's part of why the ask went up fairly high, because you had to bring 16 members from Spain, put them in hotels, drive them around. So that's part of how it got so high. Also, we wanted to spend a lot more in marketing to add more value to our sponsorship package, because that's the only way we make money at our event. It's completely free to the public, and the only way that we can raise money to pay costs, because that grant doesn't pay costs, that just pays marketing. So sponsorship money all comes from, all that pays for costs.
Councilman Marino?
Okay. First, I appreciate the diversity of an event that you bring into our community. I know that means a lot to our city staff as well as the board, not just having the same type of events, food and music, dancing, and a different demographic. I appreciate that. I appreciate where you are and location of our downtown district and how you tie some of those downtown businesses into that. I thank you for that. Where I tend to slide off of your support a little bit is in the denomination of the ask. $195,000 is a huge ask. Spending $100,000 on marketing alone seems massive. If you do simple math and you say you will bring 5,000 people, as a board, we're paying each person that shows up $39 out of our bank account for the city to have them show up. That seems pretty astronomical. And then if I think a little deeper, I'm like, that's 3 to 4 full-time teachers' salaries in our community for an entire year.
Yeah, I do think that
that's a massive impact. So what I want to do is I want to be supportive of your event, and I think the board does. But Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like to move to amend agenda item 4.6 to be supportive of staff's recommendation of $25,000, and to grant that ability to be flexible and creative. I'd like to remove the categories that puts guardrails on where that's spent.
Second.
Yeah, if I may, I believe we cannot possibly think that we should go with the staff recommendation on this, because we're talking about a proven event that already brought 5,000 people last year and is expected to bring 5,000 more people this year. We just approved item 4.3, where we granted 25,000 people for Food from the Soul Festival, which promised to bring 1,500 and has no proven record of doing this. We cannot possibly give them 25,000 and give Salsa the District 25,000. This is just not fair in my opinion. I think we need to show our support, not just by the words, but actually by increasing the funds and giving them. I do agree that with the point that 190,000 is a little much. It's 8 times over the last time, but I do believe that we need to give them more money, and I do believe that it should be at least double from what they received last year, if not maybe a little more. Now maybe we can do 75, but I strongly oppose the fact that we're only going to give them 25,000 was their proven record. 5,000 people is a lot of people for the event.
So I want to go back. I agree with you. I think that we should give more than the 25,000. I do want to say that this, in comparative to Food from the Soul Festival, what we asked of them was they did not delineate their sponsorships and their breakdown. and neither did you on this. That's why I asked about, on your application, it says possible for sponsors, so I think we're not seeing that here, and obviously you're saying that you have that, but I do agree that, and to increase it, double at least, I would be in favor of that.
We just awarded 5,800 for Jazz Festival for 5 days. 58,000 for 5 days. So that also puts that in perspective, right? 58,000 for 5 days. And how many entertainers? So I agree, 195,000 is too much. I'm willing to go a little bit higher, but not much, because I think 5,000 is all that downtown it can hold to benefit the businesses. Unless the business model changes, because like I said, a lot of the businesses were empty all night long because of the after-hours ticketed event, so that they weren't allowed to go in. So,
We've been doing it for 3 years, and we've tried a couple different ways, and I've spoken with the owners of those restaurants, and they definitely still want to continue to work those problems out. Like I said, for me, that's the fun part about doing these events, is adjusting them and making them better. Not just for myself, but for the businesses in the area. That's part of the purpose of the event, and to create a vibrant dance community here in Clearwater. So yes, I will talk with them, and I think the answer to that problem with them is just to provide entertainment for them, promote it as part of the event, and keep it free.
Do we have a dollar amount that we want to raise it to? I heard you say 50,000, but I don't think all of us are comfortable with going to 50 just because of Jazz Holiday getting 60 and four-day event. So do we have another?
Well, yes, I do agree. I mean, Jazz Holiday is getting $50,000, but the only reason they're getting $50,000 is because they asked for $50,000. Like, they didn't come to ask for more money, which I frankly think that they should have. But my point is that we just awarded 25 to Food from the Soul Festival, which had no proven record whatsoever. And we have an event with 5,000 people coming up, and I do believe that we just need to help with the support. I would go with double that the last request, and I would suggest we make a motion to approve $50,000.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to comment on that. So I just want to say a couple things. One, I attended, I think, the last 2 years of this event. Fantastic. Big crowd. I didn't feel like there were a lot of out-of-town visitors. I felt like, and I attended the Salsa Night at Sugar Sand Festival. Fantastic event, lots of energy, lots of people. I didn't feel like at either one of those events there was anyone there traveling from outside of Tampa Bay. We have a very large Hispanic community. I think we need more events like the ones you're having to engage the Hispanic community, provide the cultural opportunities that they want to. I had at Sugar Sand, somebody said, this is Clearwater does Miami. There was that Latin feel to it that was unique and fantastic, and we need more of that. I don't know that I felt like there were 5,000 people there. So I would encourage you this year to find ways to survey the folks attending to see exactly with some specificity how many were there. I think 5,000 is a very generous number for the number of folks there.
The data came from, if you don't mind, I could tell you where that data came from, because we did use data that was measurable. We didn't just look at the crowd and, oh, that looks like 3,000, 4,000 people, let's say 5,000, We looked at data. We created a campaign called Salsacation, and we worked with one of the local hotels to promote this Salsacation, and we had people register to win a night for free. And those were where those numbers came from.
The second thing is you've got a budget that was attached to the agenda item here. that had expensive of $205,000. So for us to fund way over 95% of the expenses for this event, that's not reasonable. And a large part of it is the band. I think that that's admirable that you want to bring in this international band, but I can tell you that the orchestra that was playing there at Sugar Sim was fantastic. They were a lot of the reason that people stayed around, had a dance floor out on the beach. They were really good, and I understand the importance of having good music.
Yeah,
there
I've
and
worked
good
with
performers.
Orchestra
Yeah.
Infinidad.
That said, I think that budget's pretty high for the type of performer that you need for this year's festival. And the other thing I would say, if you were going to distinguish that on the food thing earlier, they have a media partner, the Tampa Bay Times, which is, I mean, that's a solid, proven, performing media partner. So she didn't need the media attention that you're asking for $100,000 here, that I would encourage you to do what she did, to do what I've encouraged the Veterans Alliance, I've encouraged, Jazz Holiday, I've encouraged all of these groups to look for partners in the community who will, one, help fund the event, but two, you'll reduce your marketing cost exponentially by partnering with a media outlet. And I would guarantee you, there are media outlets here who would partner with you on this event. They want to reach out to the Hispanic community. This will be a very popular event and one that they will feel very good about supporting. And you can drop that marketing expense quite a bit by just reaching out to a media partner.
Yeah, and I did have plans on doing that, and I've reached out to, excuse me, Beasley Radio. I've reached out to Zol radio station, Bay News 9 Spectrum, Bay News 9. We're also talking with Telemundo. One of the unique things about my marketing is I track the Latin community, but I do everything in English, which is unique. Our culture is changing. Even myself, I'm Puerto Rican, but I was born and raised Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm a New Englander. And I didn't speak Spanish until I moved here. But anyways, there's a large part of our culture that loves the food, the music, and the dance that are English speaking. So I always include the English speaking media channels as well as the Spanish speaking ones. And I am in conversations with all of them and negotiating with them as we speak.
Yeah, and I agree with the mayor. I did 5-star spectaculars back when I was on the DDB and after I left the DDB, and one of the partners I had back then was Bright House, and they gave me PSAs. Sometimes they were, in prime time, but they just like to have their name, under the event by, and I guess Spectrum now. So if you get Spectrum and do some PSAs, that would be great.
Thank you. I will.
Councilmember Menino.
Yeah, for the sake of time and to move this forward, if we don't mind, there was a motion and a second to support staff's recommendation of $25,000. I hear your sentiment. It sounds like both of you were on that board that you feel that that's not enough. I also heard that 50 seems to be too high. So can we find a number so that we don't continue to spend his time and their time and come up with and make a decision, and we'll move on. So what is a comfortable number below 50, above 25?
So, I would suggest then we meet in the middle and go with 35,000.
That's what I was thinking as well.
You can make the motion. I don't know if the original motion needs to be amended or.
Mayor,
It's
if
gotta die.
I think that because a motion has already been made and seconded, the appropriate procedural path at this point would be to move to amend the amount to $35,000. If that motion is made, then that motion to amend must also be seconded like any other motion.
Okay. I make a motion to amend the amount for item number 4.6 to make the amount of not exceed 35,000 for South Side the district.
And
Okay, moved and seconded that we amend the motion to raise the amount to 35,000. Okay. This time, is there anyone here from the public that wishes to speak regarding this agenda item? Yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rudy Michaelak. I live on Clearwater Beach. All I really know about the events that have been brought before you today is what I've heard here today. So I want to make that as a baseline when I make my comments here. The proposal in front of you today, when I first heard the 195 versus last year spending 25, I thought, well, that's overwhelming. How could the board ever make such a decision? However, I would like to share that I think the number should be higher than the 35 that's been motioned, and for these reasons. Number one, it brings in a distinct uniqueness to the community that's not necessarily found in other places. Okay, I've listed to a list of events, and this is a singular one focused on a certain type of community, but also which can be enhanced upon the community at large. Now, what I mean by that is I've had the opportunity to travel through Central America and South America. And on numerous evenings, people came to the city square. They came for the music, for the dancing, for the celebration, for the enjoyment. And as it was, because I was with a group, an exchange group, Friendship Force, we found that even our members got up and danced and would have been part of that celebration. And not only that, but I heard the representation here of bringing in teachers, which we did see, in fact, in one of the squares, in which there was a group of 2 teachers that were now customizing, if you would, certain of the dances for the individuals. I think this is a very unique opportunity for the city, and for the city representing the entire population of not just Clearwater, but also the entire Tampa Bay region. And I think it does give the opportunity to bring in populations throughout that area, right here to Clearwater, again, to see the Clearwater area. Anything and everything we can do to enhance events and maximize exposure to the downtown area is only for the betterment of the downtown area and for the community at large. Now, I don't know specific numbers. I've not followed, I know nothing about this gentleman or his budget. But I would suggest to you that maybe you look at more like a number of 50 and consider that as an appropriate stepping stone measure where next year he can come back and lay out the data specifics of what this amount of money has increased from the previous year. So I simply ask if the board would consider making that adjustment, and I appreciate your time. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You. Anyone else here from the public desire to be heard on this agenda item? Sorry.
Hi, Scott Sousa again. As creator of the district, I think I probably have some insight here that probably is fairly important. I do believe, I thank you guys for doing an awesome job. It has been a spectacular event. I think we need to do more to help the Hispanic community, and I think this is a good start. 2 suggestions for the group. One, I think if you want more money, possibly or somehow tie in a charity that, local charity it would go towards. And 2, the event probably would have to be moved down to Coachman Park. So this year, keep it as is. I think 30 to 35 is appropriate. I agree with Mr. Rector. I would say there were probably half that number of people there for the event. Somebody who's spent more time on Cleveland Street than probably anybody in this room. It is a great event, but I think we have to be budgetary conscious, and I think that's a fair amount.
Thank you.
Anyone else here from the public desire to be heard on this agenda? Any further discussion on the motion to amend from the council? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to amend?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? Now we'll vote on the amended motion, which is to approve $35,000 without any contractual restrictions on allocation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
This time we'll move to agenda item 5.1.
We'll try to move pretty quickly with the remaining items. This is item 5.1, ID number 24-0564, review the fiscal year 23-24 special events grants. Ms. Ann Lopez, if you can provide the report.
This was requested at last month's meeting, just for a quick review of the events that have been approved that are coming out of this year's current budget, year 23-24 budget. So far, there's been a total of 8. Those include Florida Best Promotions for Salsa in the District, Pinellas Girl Gang, their Market Marie, Clearwater Jazz Holiday, Paws on Parade, the Tampa Bay Ukulele Festival, Clearwater Veterans Alliance for Memorial Day event, and Summer Vibes Car Show. All of those events have taken place minus the Memorial Day event. Paws on Parade was approved at $11,450. That event was going to take place in December and was canceled due to the weather, and the applicant chose not to hold a second event. The other one was the Pinellas Girl Gang Market. That one was a 3-market series. Unfortunately, there was the Pinellas Girl Gang had some internal problems and canceled their last 2 markets. So the attachment to the agenda item shows that for the most part, all of the events have happened, unless there's been, acts of God, which I can't control. But I'd be happy to answer any questions about the fundings for this year that have occurred.
Any questions from the board?
Just for clarification, when an event is canceled due to Mother Nature or on their own, there's no funds paid, or funds are paid?
Correct. So they do not have funds paid unless they choose in the agreement, they have the opportunity to reschedule their event. The lady who was putting on the Paws on Parade, it was a last minute event request that came forward, and just because of weather and trying to time it to be held within the holidays, it just wasn't working. She was a one-person show, so she just chose to cancel her event in its entirety.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Move to item 5.2 on the agenda, CRA updates.
This particular item, it's the Executive Director of CRA and the DDB. I don't really want this item anymore on this particular agenda. You already have 3 hats: City Council, the trustees, and the board members. And these meetings usually are on the same days, so there's no point in really having a CRA update. But anything that I do have, that's partnerships between the CRA and the DDB, I can give those during Director's Report. And I do have one item at Director's Report, and well, a few items, but I won't go through all of them since time is already stretching.
Okay, we'll move then to item 6, Director's Report.
I would recommend, unless Mr. Margolis here says otherwise, to just make a motion to remove this particular item from future agendas for CRA updates, and we can just have Director's Report.
We'll just do it. I don't think we need to make a motion.
Just remove it then.
I'll make a motion to remove item 5.2 from future meetings.
A second.
Second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. Item 6.
Director's reports, the item that I do have, this one is particularly, it's going to be a partnership between the CRA and the Downtown Development Board. This is an item that Board Member Teixeira brought up at actually a trustee meeting for staff to look into creating a potential container, Airstream, food truck, mobile food vendor type program in the downtown, specifically here in the Cleveland area. So staff wants to kind of see your gauge and see if you want staff to go ahead and proceed to put together a more robust presentation, but not at the DDB meeting, but more at the next trustee meeting, to present options, to see how it would work or not work, and just provide you recommendations. So this is more of an FYI that we would want to do that as staff to bring it to the next CRA trustee meeting to discuss Ms. Teixeira's item that she brought back in the trustee meeting. So if you have any comments or suggestions or recommendations, or just allow us to go ahead and put together a presentation for the next meeting.
Yeah. The first one that I saw, I was so pleased with it. So I'm looking forward to the next one that's a little bit more in detail. I know that some of these council members did not see it, but it was a really great presentation with all different options, including parklets, and we discussed about how we would be vetting every process and controlling the look and all that. So I'm very excited about what the staff is going to bring to us.
And staff is not ignoring what was discussed last time and the recommendations by the planning director and so forth. Just want to remind you that there was discussion of that, as he just mentioned. So we did meet internally with some of those stakeholders, and we're going to continue to meet internally, then bring you back a more robust presentation. I'm not sure if Mr. Depp would like to say any more further comments. If not, we'll just bring you back a presentation.
Any other items?
Just that moving forward, we will have PowerPoints for just any kind of director's reports, and we'll give it to you, so we don't have to go through every single thing every single time. If you have questions on those PowerPoints, and also a list of projects, you can do that and just give me the questions. Other than that, that's it.
Any other questions for the director? Okay, with that, move to item 7, board members to be heard. Anything that a board member wants to add? Okay. No? Hearing none, we'll adjourn this May 13, 2024 meeting of the Downtown Development Board. I want to take a recess since we've gone a little long here, and we'll reconvene here in 10 minutes at 3 o'clock.
It's not going to be long like this. This is just not.
Thank you.
time I'll call to order the May 13, 2024 meeting of the, a work session of the Clearwater City Council. This time I'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda. I'd like to call forward Fire Chief Ellers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Scott Ellis, Fire Chief, Clearwater Fire and Rescue. It is truly my honor always to present you to the best of the best. But first, I want to thank you, as well as all of council, staff, the city manager, and all those that participated in fire ops on Saturday. It was really great to see all of you there, to see what it's like to be a firefighter for a day. Most importantly, Mayor, as I talked to my wife, I'm very impressed, actually jealous that you were able to get 2 saves in one day. Not only a child, but a puppy. It's well deserving of an award like this.
Big first day for me.
So now, I'm proud to present to you the, first of all, the Fire Medic of the Year for 2023. So with that, I'll call Fire Medic Savoyski up here. And in the fire service, when a name becomes so long that we have difficult pronouncing it all the time, we always come up with a nice nickname like Z. So from now on, I'll refer to him as Z. So Z is being selected as Clearwater Fire Rescue Department's Fire Medic of the Year 2023. Fire Medic Z began his career in Clearwater Fire Rescue on April 12th of 2021. In just a couple of years that Z has been with Clearwater Fire Rescue, he has excelled in every possible aspect for a paramedic. He has exemplified the qualities of a great paramedic through his actions on calls and in education he gives out to fellow employees. He consistently is training new hires in the classroom and the street setting with excellent at both. He has always had a once-in-career call on May 19th of this year where a car got struck by a crane and had massive damage. John was able to climb his way into the damaged vehicle and treat a patient that was just in such a difficult position. So there was a positive outcome. His constant daily focus of bettering himself and his crew co-workers through training and education is admirable and in keeping with the high standards of our department. His effort in creating educational studies and aids for the entire department while also including other fire medic testifies to his dedication. This, coupled with his performance in several high acuity calls, including the extrication before mentioned, with complex entrapment, are the characteristics that we value and now proudly honor him with the 2023 Fire Medic of the Year Award.
Thank you so much for your service. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm not
Great work, Zane. Thank you.
The other award that we cherish so highly is also our Firefighter of the Year. So with that, I'll ask Fire Lieutenant Mark Kearney to come on up with me. Fire Medic Mark Kearney has been selected as Clearwater Fire Rescue Department's Firefighter of the Year for 2023. Lieutenant Kearney began his career at Clearwater Fire Rescue March 10th of 2003, serving also as a firefighter and then a driver-operator. Lieutenant Mark Kearney has been an integral member of Clearwater Fire Rescue. He continues to exemplify the pride and attitude toward the Clearwater Fire Department that we all can strive to achieve every day. He demonstrates an outstanding work ethic and an infectious positive attitude toward both fellow firefighters and citizens and within the community. Throughout this past year in the training division, he exemplifies hard work, commitment, and selflessness that he dedicates to the department as a whole, but more importantly to each individual that he works alongside. As a training lieutenant, Lieutenant Kearney has continually proven that he cares about each individual and he works with. He has the first person to be there for them in either a professional or personal capacity. Lieutenant Kearney has established himself as a consummate professional and mentor, as he always takes the time to work with and train not only those employees he's responsible for, but anyone else that asks or feels that he could use an assistance. Although it's not part of his job description, Lieutenant Kearney has continued to volunteer his time for the department and energy to assist the department in various capacities. These include, but not limited to, being a vital resource regarding the design and purchase of our new engines, and has consistently worked with the outside vendors to test equipment such as hose and nozzles. Additionally, Lieutenant Herney remains a dedicated member and just returned from the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial, which is a tremendous honor to be up there, up in Emmitsburg, with the Honor Guard, and his commitment to his job and his community is evident at all. But he does, and therefore we are honored to present him with the 2023 Firefighter of the Year Award. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time.
I just want to add my personal congratulations to the two gentlemen. As Chief Eller said, several of us have either had the opportunity to participate in Fire Ops 101 in previous years or did so Saturday. And, you know, everyone knows it's a tough job, and everyone admires firefighters for what they do. But boy, when you put on that gear, that heavy gear, on a hot day, and the tank on your back, and then you try to carry a hose into, yes, Chief, you know, there's a photograph of me rescuing a baby and a puppy, but it was staged. I didn't really. But just the simulation of being in the darkness in that situation with all that heavy equipment, that heat, just for 5 to 10 minutes, it's amazing the commitment to our safety that our fire department makes and our firefighters. So congratulations to you, gentlemen. Certainly have a deep appreciation for what you do in the entire department, and thank you for your service to Clearwater. With that, we'll move to item 2.2 on the agenda. And at this time, I'll call forward, I think that's my additional note here. Please call forward, I'll call forward Justin Hall from Florida Department of Transportation.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Justin Hall. I am the Director of Transportation Development for FDOT District 7, so we cover 5 counties: Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. So we're here to give an update on the Drew Street project. How do I advance slides? Sweet. All right. Do I just, hey, there you go. All right, so a little brief history here. So this has been going on since 2017, for those that don't know and those that are new to the party. This was a project that was requested by the city. So this was originated by the city in a request to the MPO for a grant to look at a complete streets project. Through time, and I think now we're just over $2 million, we've invested in getting to where we are today, which is to present to you and say, okay, we've got our study pretty much complete. This is what we see. We've received feedback from city staff and from the city in the past. And just to kind of give you a quick update on where we are on the project, what we've seen, and then take questions from there. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Rich.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Rich Wilson, project manager for the Drew Street lane repurposing reevaluation. Advance the slide here. Just give you an overview of the progress that we've made to date on the reevaluation. We've updated the travel demand model, which is really 3 elements. We incorporated the recent and upcoming development programs that were shared to us by the city. We've also included the pedestrian-only facility on Cleveland Street, and then finally have performed some refinements to the model to improve forecasting for the study area. We were also asked to update the traffic counts, which originally collected were from 2021, went out in April of 2023 and collected those, so we have updated counts. And then using all of that information have produced forecasted volumes for Drew Street under the lane repurposing scenario and under the existing configuration as well. We've taken those volumes, developed turning movement counts, evaluated those and analyzed those from a capacity perspective, and have since presented updated findings to city staff and are here to present those to you today. So just a refresher on the study area, we're looking at the Drew Street corridor on the west from Osceola, Osceola Avenue over to the east to Keene Road. What you'll notice on the screen is that the posted speed limit varies along the corridor. West of Betty Lane, it's 35 miles per hour. To the east of that, the speed limit increases to 40 miles per hour. Throughout much of the corridor, the typical section is a 4-lane undivided typical section that transitions in the very far eastern portion of the corridor to a 4-lane divided where you have turn lanes and median. To refresh you on the alternatives that we've evaluated, we have the no-build alternative, which is effectively the existing configuration. That's 4 10-foot wide lanes, 2 in each direction, and a 5-foot sidewalk on each side of the road separated by a landscape strip. What this alternative does not include are turn lanes at intersections, raised median, or any bike facility. The build alternative would take that 4-lane undivided section and imagine it as a 2-lane divided section where you have a 15-foot wide median, you have 8-foot wide sidewalks on each side of the road, you have turn lanes at each of the intersections. Left turn lanes, I should say. Okay, so to walk you through sort of the updates to the methodology and to the analysis, we looked at the recent and upcoming developments that were shared to us by the city, and there were 5 locations that we were told to incorporate into the model. We've brought those development programs into the socioeconomic data, and you'll see on the screen, Site A was New City Hall, as well as 4 mixed-use developments, Site B, Harborview Bluffs, Site C, the Old City Hall Bluffs, multifamily development. Site D is 645 Chestnut, and Site E is the development at the southwest corner of Drew and Garden. Overall, the introduction of those developments into the model increased traffic volumes on Drew Street and the others, and I'll get into those details a little bit further on. The second thing we did was we coded the model network to restrict vehicular access on Cleveland Street between Osceola and Garden. And of course, that resulted in decreased volumes on Cleveland Street in that area and generally diverted traffic to State Road 60 and to Drew Street. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we're asked to update the traffic counts. And you'll see that overall, generally the 2023 counts were consistent with what we collected in 2021. As one moves further east along the corridor, the traffic volumes build. In the image that we've shared with you here, the blue bars represent the 2021 traffic counts. The orange bars represent the 2023. And what you'll note is that actually in 2023, the volumes were slightly lower than what was collected in 2021. On average, at each data collection location, volumes were about 1,200 vehicles lower per day in 2023. So to get to the fun part, the preliminary results. This slide here shows you the anticipated traffic volumes on Drew Street under a lane repurposing scenario. The blue bar shows you what was initially done in the 2021-2022 lane repurposing report. The orange bar are the updates that we've made as part of this reevaluation. And you'll note that particularly on the eastern edge of the corridor, traffic volumes have increased from what was initially included in the lane repurposing report for a lot of the reasons that I've talked about already. But what I'll point out is that all of the forecasted volumes in 2045 with the lane repurposing report are in line with or below the FDOT target level of service, and they're well below the roadway capacity for a 2-lane divided roadway, which is 25,000 vehicles per day. We also looked at parallel corridors to understand how diverted traffic may impact their operations. This slide shows the anticipated forecast on State Road 60 with the lane repurposing on Drew Street. The blue bar shows what 2045 volumes would be if you kept Drew Street as it is today. The orange portion of the bar on top of that shows you what level of diverted traffic you would expect with the lane repurposing on Drew Street. Overall, the diverted traffic is fairly low to State Road 60 in this example. The 4-lane segment, and I should point out that there's no degradation in the level of service for State Road 60 as a result of the lane repurposing. I will point out that there's a 4-lane segment of State Road 60 between Missouri and Highland That's expected to operate at level of service E in 2045. That's going to be true with or without the lane repurposing. In fact, that segment, there's no added traffic predicted as a result of the lane repurposing. We also performed the same diverted traffic analysis for Cleveland Street. What you'll see here, again, the blue bar represents what traffic volumes would be without the lane repurposing. Orange is that incremental or added traffic that you would see with diverted traffic from the lane repurposing. Overall, again, the lane repurposing would result in a fairly small increase in traffic volumes on these corridors. It would not result in a degradation of level of service on any of the segments, and all segments of the corridor would operate at an acceptable level of service. And finally, Palmetto Street, we went north and looked to see what impacts could be to the northern corridors. 300 vehicles added per day in each segment is what the model has forecasted on Palmetto Street. That does not degrade the level of service on this street either. It will perform an acceptable level of service D in 2045 under the no build or the build conditions. And then understanding that intersections are typically our choke points. We also did an analysis at our intersection locations along the corridor, sort of the major signalized and unsignalized intersection locations. We did this evaluation for both the no build, which is shown on the top, and the build, which is shown on the bottom. And the numbers presented here are the volume to capacity ratio. What that means, in more tangible terms, is like a 0.50 would reflect 50% of the intersection capacity that we're seeing volumes of. So intersection demand is 50% of capacity. So looking at the results for the AM peak, which is shown here under 2045 future conditions, you'll notice that overall, the lane repurposing does result in slightly higher volume to capacity ratios at most of the intersection locations. But I will point out that there's not an intersection for which the expected demand will exceed 76% of intersection capacity. So we're below capacity at each of these intersections. Looking at the PM results, same is true. We have across mostly all the intersections, we do see an increased volume to capacity ratio at the intersection locations. But again, no single intersection exceeds 82% in this case of the intersection capacity. And then understanding that level of service is often a very difficult concept to grasp. We wanted to put it in terms that most of us understand. So we looked at travel time along the corridor. And so when you look at Drew Street from Osceola over to Keene, what we saw was that in the no build, so without a lane repurposing, the travel times along the corridor are slightly less than 4.5 minutes. If you do a lane repurposing, the travel time would be slightly less than 5 minutes. So what we're talking about is a net difference of less than 30 seconds in travel time along the corridor with a lane repurposing. And then the real reason why we started this analysis was really safety. Since 2015 on Drew Street, there have been 7 fatalities, 55 serious injuries, and I want to reinforce this point. A serious injury is a life-altering injury. It's broken, severed limbs, paralysis, something that you're not getting up and walking away from. 620 total injuries, over 1,500 total crashes on just this segment of Drew Street. Put in terms, that's a crash on average every other day, a fatality or a serious injury every other month. And we're really focused as a department on reducing those fatal and serious injury crashes. So we took the time to look at each fatal crash along Drew Street and understand how the lane repurposing might affect the outcomes of those crashes. And so what we saw was that there were 2 head-on crashes on Drew Street. The lane repurposing will introduce a median, provide separation between opposing lanes of traffic that are traveling in different directions, which may mitigate a head-on crash potential. We also saw a crash where a vehicle was passing another vehicle, and resulted in a fatality. With one lane in each direction, you reduce the possibility of passing maneuvers. And then we also saw 4 bicycle and pedestrian crashes. And for a lot of reasons, the lane repurposing is a positive countermeasure for that. It reduces the complexity of crossings for pedestrians and bicyclists. It'll provide them expanded facilities. It provides median refuge islands, and then it also lowers speeds, which we know have a really significant impact for vulnerable user crashes. And I missed this point. I wanted to call this out. The improvements with the lane repurposing on Drew Street are expected to reduce crashes by 57%. So with that, Justin and I will take any questions you might have.
Anticipate there's going to be a lot of them, so I think so that one council member doesn't ask all their questions at once, I think what I'm going to do is invite, starting to my left, Councilmember Menino, and then each one of us to ask questions as we go around, and we'll, just one question at a time, and then we'll, till we've got them all answered. I think that's the best way to give us all a chance to ask our questions first. Yep, Councilmember Menino.
And I'm good with that, thank you, because I know a lot of us are probably going to ask very similar questions or did our homework and have probably going to be crossing off questions as somebody goes in front of us. First of all, I want to thank yourself, your staff, the FDOT, for your patience with us as a city throughout the process. I understand it was the city that brought you to the table and us as a team and asked for your help. So regardless of what direction this goes, please know that your time spent, the money you spent, in an effort to make our community safer and hopefully travel better is appreciated. So thank you for that. I do have a question, and it's kind of might be easier just to say yes or no so we can kind of move on. In the City of Clearwater's Complete Streets implementation plan, there's a traffic hotspots kind of map on it. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but kind of what it shows us from the city was from Bay to Beach on State Road 60, it is the most frequent activity of car crashes in our entire city, Belcher being the worst and everything east of Keene being the heaviest. It identifies, and I'm not sure if you would agree with your survey, but Keene and east is actually the hot spots for more accidents and injuries. I don't know if your survey kind of relates to that or shows it, but.
Yeah, so we looked at a few different locations for crash analysis. I think one of the important things for State Road 60 coming up in a hotspot analysis may just be that there's a lot more volume, and we often do crash rates. So when you have less vehicles, you'd expect there to be less crashes. Drew Street has significantly less volumes than State Road 60. But looking at the various documents, Drew Street, west of Keene, does show up on the district's, FDOT district's screening of high crash corridors. It was on the Forward Pinellas Vision Zero action plan, the Safe Streets Pinellas plan. So it is on the radar from a safety perspective.
And then on that, is it common practice when you include crash data to include 250 feet in both directions from the crossroads of every intersection?
That's correct, yeah. Typically 250-foot buffer around intersection locations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Albritton.
Okay, well, my first question, and under the travel time results, the less than a 30-second difference, what time of day was that taken?
So that's from the regional travel demand model, which doesn't separate out into PM.
Is that like an average?
So that'd be an average, correct.
Okay, because I know that that's one of the concerns of everybody is, you know, the early morning traffic and the afternoon 5 o'clock traffic leaving is going to be heavier, of course, because it is everywhere. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Chair.
When the data was collected for the 2021 count, and then you're doing 2023, was there any effort to replicate as much as possible the exact circumstance, meaning exact hours, exact amount of days, as well as the season?
Yeah.
So it's less presumptive and it's actually comparing apples with apples.
Yes, that's a great question. Anytime we do AADTs, which is the number we presented there, that's average annual daily traffic. The 2021 counts we collected in November. 2023 counts were collected in April. And FDOT has a pretty robust system of monitoring roadways and coming up with seasonal factors. So anytime data is collected, it's adjusted seasonally to be an average of the year. So both of those numbers that I presented, the 2021 AADTs, the 2023 AADTs, those have all been factored to represent average conditions for that year.
Okay. So it's presumptive, it wasn't replicated, you're using a formula for forecasting.
That's right. And we also collect multiple days of data, so you're not just going out for daily counts and just collecting one day, which may be an aberration. It's generally an average of 3 days.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yes, thank you for being here today. The question that I have for you is, I've got, I'm very data-based, but with that, I like factual data. So when you're counting cars, doing that type of stuff, that makes sense. When you're counting speed, that makes sense. Whatever portion of my brain, when you put it into your computer simulations, right, I understand it's giving you the best data it can. However, in my mind, that's still speculative because that's just computer generated. So that's, seeing as how we're going turn by turn, one of my first concerns, because I drive that road constantly. I see something a little different than the projected A, B, C traffic volume that is projected by your data. So that concerns me a little bit. And then I was told that there was an increase considered in that to offset that the city staff had requested you guys put in there. Could you tell me what that percentage was or how much of an increase you put to the actual factual data that was taken?
Yeah, I don't have that exact increase from what was produced before to now. What I can tell you, data and growth projections, we did a little research just to figure out, whether anytime we do projections, just look back and at other data sources to see if it's reasonable. So on Drew Street, the forecast that came out of this most recent evaluation increased about 2% annually on the western edge of the corridor. That kind of decreased to roughly like 0.4% annual increase. If you look back historically, Pinellas' population has been growing by 0.2% annually. Traffic forecasts over the last 20 years, or historic traffic counts, this is real data, actually volumes have decreased in Pinellas County by 0.2% annually. So coming in at 0.4%, we felt like we were pretty conservative. Yeah. So the developments, I don't have the exact numbers on me right now of what that increase was over what had been included previously.
I'll wait for my next question then. Thank you.
Let me ask one. So I think it was your second slide you had up here. You talked about the additional factors you looked at in revising the study.
Yeah, let me go back to that for you. This slide?
It was the one with the map showing there were four properties or six different things you.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is, yes. So, I live on the beach. I drive Drew Street almost every day. I know many other beach residents drive Drew Street every day. A lot of our hospitality industry, tourism industry workers, they drive Drew Street every day. Where the Opal Soul will be opening soon with significantly more inventory. We've got several other hotels under construction out there, condominiums, townhouses. I don't see you considering this additional beach growth on that. And how, was that considered at all?
So this, the forecast would include the land use projections and the travel demand model. What's shown here are developments that we've been asked to include that were not deemed by city staff to be included in those projections. So without knowing for sure and getting into the numbers, I would assume that those projections adequately captured that growth on the beach. Otherwise, the opportunity to provide that updated development program would have been along with these 5 sites.
But you considered these developments, but you did not consider the developments going on, specifically significant developments.
So these developments were added because it was felt that the population and employment projections for these particular zones weren't capturing the.
Let me help you out here. So
It's-
Forward
it's a
Pinellas.
simple- it's a simple question. It's yes or
The
no.
answer is yes.
Okay.
So Forward Pinellas, who's the regional planning body, goes in and puts in SE data for the development in the area. With here, that captures all the development. We provided that to the city. We said, hey, this is all the development that's included. They said there's 5 sites that are not included, that need to be included, that are part, they're going through approval right now. They haven't been approved. So these 5 were added. The others are part of the model. So any new developments coming down the line, it's part of the model. These 5 weren't far enough along in the process to be in the model, so we added them specially because they weren't in the model. So to answer your question, yes, the others are in the model. These were special added.
So
based
the
on city
Opal
staff.
Soul is
Yeah,
in
we,
the-
we can pull all of them, but yes, if it's an approved development and it's in the city or in the county or in the state of Florida, it's in the model.
So I'm confused because why are these,
So these are 5 developments.
why were they added, but these
They were
other-
not
all
approved.
these on the beach were not? Yeah.
So these were added because of where they were in the process. They were not far enough along to be added. Along the beach, we have developments that are added constantly, and they're reviewed and approved by us. And this model is the same model we use to determine the lanes on the interstate, to determine everything. Like this is how travel decisions are made and transportation decisions are made in the state of Florida. Like this is not specialty to Clearwater. And so these developments, we were asked to put on top of what was already there because city staff felt like there needed to be a greater factor for these 5 developments than what was already in the model, and so we adjusted accordingly. Now, we don't necessarily feel they need to be adjusted up, but the city felt they need to be adjusted up, so we did that at the city's request. So we feel like these volumes are higher than what we actually would anticipate, but the city requested us to do that, so we did it.
Mr. Menino?
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to just throw 4 quick, it should be simple yes or no at you real quick and let you move on to the next question. Page 4 of the FDOT report identifies 26 transit stops on this 2.3 mile roadway, segment 1 and segment 2. Is that accurate?
We didn't update the lane repurposing report. I think you're referencing the 2021 or 2022.
479 page goodness that I've read a couple times, but anyway, I'll move on. Page 4 identifies 26 transit stops in that 2.3 miles. Is the segment 1 and 2 considered a freight distribution route still? Yes or no? Not sure.
Not sure.
That shows up on page 5 of your FDOT report. With the 2023 Adalia evacuation routes data, were those updated, studied, and included in this data and report? Probably not, okay. And the last one, sorry. Were there any discussions with Chief Ellers, Clearwater Fire, our first responders, regarding how and if emergency response times would be affected? Doesn't look like it.
I do have a question, only because you're kind of throwing stuff at us.
Yeah, I just, for the case.
So
space of
as far
time.
as like evacuations are concerned, evacuation routes are in the model. So if you're asking, did we contemplate whether an evacuation route would be impacted by this? The answer is
Yeah.
yes, because it's part of the model.
But what's the model dated from? Our community is changing vastly weekly, and we just had the most recent storm of evacuation in 2023. So I'm wondering, there like streetlight data and stuff like that give us real live data on streets daily. Was anything like that included?
Yeah, we updated count. So okay, the model takes all these inputs, right? The updated data you get are counts, right? What are the counts real? The counts reflect. Does the volume reflect? So we did the counts in 2021. The feedback we got was you need to do counts again. We feel like volumes are higher,
Right.
so we did counts again. Volumes were lower. We implemented those counts into the model. But as far as like evacuation, things like that, that's all standard in the model, right? We adjust that accordingly. In fact, you talk about the freight route, obviously we manage the freight route. That's a very critical item for us,
Right.
Is the movement of freight and goods. And that's why we have the SIS program, which is a significant investment by the state of Florida into freight movement. One thing that's really interesting here, so Drew Street, we talk about this all the time. Drew Street is not a standard state road. The whole reason why we even owned Drew Street was it was part of an MOT, which is maintenance of traffic, for when State Road 60 was widened. And generally, what we normally do when we buy something like that, we try to transfer it back. And I apologize, I'm out of breath. I'm battling
No, you're
post-COVID.
okay.
So anyway, so generally, you know, we would transfer something like that back. We would say, hey, we're done. And so like this road, we would gladly give to the city of Clearwater. If you want to take it, I'm right here. I will sign today. If you make a resolution, I will sign today on the dotted line and give you Drew Street. I promise. I'll repave it and give it to you. And so anyway, so you know, you're asking questions. They're very specific questions, and I don't have the exact data that you're looking at, but I'll tell you, freight, evacuation routes, like safety. I mean, you can see. I mean, we spent $500,000 on safety concerns and travel. So, you know, I don't. Sorry if I come off kind of frustrated, but for us, you know, this is not our standard project.
Agreed.
Like, this is not a project we wanted. This is not a project that the DOT was like, hey, let's do this. And, you know, so a lot of times when we get the questions, if the questions are kind of poking at it, I kind of want to redirect that back to you and be like, well, why did the city ask for this? You know, why did you ask for the project?
And that's fair, and I don't want you to,
That's fair.
I feel your frustration. It has been a
Yeah.
long time. So by all means, we're all on the same page here. It's
Okay,
about
yeah, but-
safety and transportation in our community. So my only questions were, I read 479 reports, just to find out.
Which I'm sorry, by the way.
Was Chief Ellers communicated with about response times for emergency, which he could probably tell us.
Yeah,
is
he was
vitally
not.
important
And-
to
Yeah, and that's
seconds of saving a life. I mean,
and just so you know, I mean, that's something that as we move, so where we're at in the study, we generally would do a design meeting and we would meet with them. We would go and say, hey, we have design plans. This is what we're showing. These are our signal times. What are the impacts? What are the concerns? You know, these are the medians we're designing. Do they need to be mountable? Do they not need to be mountable? You know, we have those kind of conversations. We're a little early for that. As funny as that sounds in this project, because we're 7 years in, but
yeah.
we're really early because we've never progressed to actually complete a study. Like we haven't even completed the study. So to answer your question, no, we haven't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Councilman, Vice Mayor? Yeah.
Okay, so I think I've been involved with this for 7 years as well, because I've been on Fort Pinellas for 4 years, and as far as I know, I'm the one that thinks that we should push forward on this, because Fort Pinellas got the money for this, and Drew Street, I've lived on Drew Street, and it's a serious problem in this designated area, because the travel lanes are too small. Everybody always knows about this, so I don't have a lot of questions for you. My question would be this, because a lot of people come to me and they go, well, why can't you just knock that speed limit down to 30 miles an hour? Well, can you tell people why you can't do that on a 4-lane road?
Oh, sorry, say it again, I apologize.
Why can't you drop the speed limit to 30 miles an hour on a 4-lane road? I want you to tell my constituents why you can't do that.
So, and I'll let him explain this more, but there's a speed study that's involved, and there's actually a Florida statute that says if if we go and do a speed study, we collect how fast people are driving, if it's 75%? 85th percentile speed. So we went out and did a speed study. That's why the speed feedback signs are out there, because people were actually going, the average speed was over the speed limit.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So we can't drop it. It's a state statute. We can't lower it unless the 85th percentile for speed is below the posted.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear you say, because that's one of the big questions I get. The other questions that I get, do I get another question?
Oh, let's let somebody else. Councilmember Teixeira.
I actually feel your frustration. It's like palpable, and I understand because I also feel frustrated, and I'll tell you why.
Sure.
Because some of the data that I'm reading does not coincide with what I see and what I experience. And I live on the 15th floor of a condo, so I see half the accidents on Drew Street. But regarding questions, going back to the recent and upcoming developments, I understand that you were asked to include these things. And I understand that the ones that may not have been included was because you were not asked. But I do want to have this opportunity to point out, there's a lot of things that are coming up that perhaps are not being considered. The new PSDA, right? The increased concerts at the Sound. That Bluff development, it's a hotel, which means increased traffic. And also the increase in population. We just had, 4,400 baby boomers come to our county? And so when I see this, when I read this, and when I see, it's very hard for me to reconcile what I read and what I see and what I feel. So one other question. The decrease in the accidents at 57%. do we know how it's going to negatively impact the runoff? Because Gulf to Bay is already such a dangerous road. Are we making it worse?
Okay, so I think there's two questions there.
Sorry.
So the developments, it's not that any development wasn't included. They were all included. These 5 were identified as the city that they wanted a higher factor. They wanted more vehicles to go to them than what the model had in them. So all the developments are in there. If it's a hotel, it's coded as a hotel. If it's coded as an event venue, it's coded as that. I mean, so there's nothing that's not included. It's actually all inclusive.
But there are things that have come up that we just found out. 14 properties from the county that we're going to activate. You know, the increase of boomers. This is information that's been recent. So how could it have been already considered in
Well,
2023?
if you just found out about it, then I don't know about it. So, I mean, I would have to be given that haven't
Correct.
had it. But the things
Understood.
that have been identified to us and the developments that are on the books, they're in here. And these 5 weren't added. These 5 were adjusted higher. The volumes were adjusted higher at the request of city staff based on what was approved. And I'll let you address the crash factor.
The 57% crash factor. So that would be for Drew Street for a minor
Correct.
purposing.
So
Right.
it's based on the fact that you are decreasing the number of cars and diverting a certain percentage to Gulf to Bay. What is the impact of diverting that traffic to Gulf to Bay's safety that's already in peril?
Right, so the parallel corridors, we talked about the diverted traffic. The traffic on the parallel corridors is going to be fairly nominal, so we wouldn't expect to see a huge increase in crashes on any parallel corridors. But the 57% reduction is not because we're reducing traffic volumes. That's because we're improving the geometrics of the roadway.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, my next one is more of a statement that you guys have already addressed that you have not, because we're so early into our decade-long project. But gotten with the fire departments, being a firefighter, driving fire engines, those types of things, you know, seconds matter when you're not breathing. So having a raised median does not seem ideal. After talking with Justin, you know, those things are obviously things that can be amended. You could have it to where emergency vehicles could hug the center lane and median and drive over material that normal pedestrians or patrons would not. And I understand that, but I just want to make sure that I'm definitely opposed to raised medians for that very reason. You know, a lot of people don't even recognize the time that when you put a speed table in your neighborhood and or around your neighborhood, that diverts from an emergency vehicle getting to your house. It diverts your traffic, yeah, and they slow down, but it also slows down those 58,000-pound vehicles that are coming to save your life. So I just want to make sure that that's staying on the forefront. And how can we address that other than what I kind of said already?
Yeah, and I will tell you, and I don't know where the feedback came from, but there has been some adjustments already to a couple of the medians. We actually removed one at one location and went to a mountable at another location. I don't know if that came directly from the fire department or whether that was just somebody was observing it and said, hey, that's an area where you want to convert it. But that's obviously something that we can handle in design and make adjustments, so.
I guess back to me. So I want to echo what was said earlier. I mean, this isn't criticism of FDOT.
Yeah.
Believe me, I've got lots of friends in Tallahassee and folks and good friends with FDOT, and you're just doing your job.
Yes, sir.
I think the questions that we're getting from the council members are because, and it's not your job to sell the project.
Yep.
Has never been and is not today.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sell it, yeah.
Right. But those who have done an incredibly poor job of doing that because overwhelmingly our citizens do not support this, overwhelmingly. And the questions that you're getting asked are questions that we're getting asked. 3 of us have just been out on the campaign trail, knocking on doors, getting asked all these questions. And folks just do not get it. They just don't get it. And some of the reason they don't get it is there's this sense that, you know, you're doing for our community what you do for communities all around the state of Florida. And there's just this concern that when you're saying that traffic's going to be diverted over to Gulf to Bay, that I guess my question would be on that is what surveys do you do, what information do you use to understand who drives Drew every day, what type of person, for what purpose. Because I get a lot of feedback from elderly people in our community who use Drew frequently, almost every day, for essential uses. And part of the reason they choose choose Drew is they are scared to death of Gulf to Bay, because at some portions it's 6 lanes.
Yep.
And it's, the chart you showed earlier, twice the volume. It's, that's the main east-west artery for our tourism community. So what community analysis, what goes into the modeling to get that, to understand the purpose of the use?
Right. So the basis or foundation of the regional travel demand model is a household survey of where people are traveling to and from, what time of day, what the trip purpose is. So baked into this regional travel demand model is a really robust survey effort to understand the travel patterns and purposes of trips. That's why we really rely on it to help us make decisions around where people would divert to.
And you use a polling service, or how do you gather that information?
I believe it's a survey that's shared out. I think there's like benefits that are given if you take the surveys, and I think all the MPOs send it out to their constituents as well. So it's a pretty large data set. I don't know all the details of it, but I know that it's a region-wide effort.
And that, I'll tell you, that's why you see the trips divert differently. So, a lot of times people are like, why did they divert here? Or why did this car go here? And some of that is based on the feedback that we know a certain percentage, or like when I was talking to the council member the other day, we know a certain percentage is jumping off, cutting across, using Drew Street as a cut through to drop down to 60. So we know there's trips that are doing that. Like this, they're using Drew Street as a bypass for 60 through downtown Clearwater. So like we know that there's trips that are doing that. And really, I mean, what we try to focus on, and what I always try to tell folks, and normally this is on the other side, normally this is when I'm arguing for why we need to add a lane on the interstate, is we're trying to put the trips in the right place. We want the person that's trying to cut through the county to drive 60, to drive 19, to drive the interstate. We want them on those facilities because those facilities were designed for that. What we're seeing on Drew Street is you have a lot of those trips that are on Drew Street, that they're not really appropriate for Drew Street. Drew Street's not intended to be a high-speed cut-through through the city of Clearwater. And nor do I think the elderly drivers, I don't think they want it to be a high-speed cut-through. And to be honest with you, I think if Drew Street was, 4 11.5, 12-foot wide lanes, I don't think we would even be having this conversation. I think, the safety factors wouldn't be there, and I don't think we'd be having this conversation. But the problem is that there are those trips that are cutting through there, they're high-speed trips, and we see them divert through the model. I will tell you, there's modeling that can be done that's even more invasive, like origin destination data. We use like Bluetooth data, et cetera, things like that. But they're very expensive. And so on a project like this, when you have all these different factors that we're running and all factors point to the same thing, like you don't have an outlier, generally you wouldn't go to that next step of modeling. You wouldn't spend that money because there's nothing that's pointing to an anomaly. If we ran the model and let's say there was an anomaly, like let's say all the trips diverted to 60, we'd be like, okay, well that doesn't make any sense. They're not all going to go to 60. Like that math just doesn't check. Then we would go into a micro simulation, look more in depth at the actual vehicles moving around and go, where are they going? So if that answers the question, but yeah, it's survey data. They give away gift cards to people to fill it out. I think Hillsborough kind of gave out tickets to Bad Bunny, which I don't even know what Bad Bunny is, but they gave out tickets to Bad Bunny to get people to fill it out.
Mr. Mayor, may I skip Mike?
Yeah.
Because mine kind of tags along with this a little
sure.
bit. And then...
Absolutely not.
Sorry.
Will you yield the floor?
I will.
So you kind of hit it. Something that I had on here is, in my mind's eye, I'm not the expert, right? I traveled Drew Street, like I said, multiple times throughout my life. It seems like you could just get with Duke Energy, bury power lines, increase by a foot, 6 inches on each side. We're done.
So I'll say it's not that simple.
Well, I'm not the expert.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I'll stay at a really high level, and then I'll drill down real quickly. So, in theory, yes, right. You get a little bit extra space. You got area. Now the problem is you'd have to build the road up, because because we have to meet the geometry. So what ends up happening is, even though I got that extra 2 feet, I really need like 4 more feet on each side, you know, and then you got to get the drainage to work. And then what happens is then the drainage doesn't work. So it's now I need 4 more feet because I need to reset my drainage at a different elevation to capture this water. I will tell you the approach you're talking about is a great approach for widening sidewalks. In fact, we do that quite often. We talk to the utility company about moving out of a corridor to widen into the utility space and widen the sidewalk. That's a great solution for that. Especially a road like Drew Street where we have such a large crown, it has a really large crown, to try and maintain positive drainage and to get the geometry we need out there, it just wouldn't work in that space.
Crown?
Yeah, the crown of the road.
So like, okay, I got you, from the center line out.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
very
yeah.
good. Thank you, Mike and Mr. Mayor, appreciate it.
Sure, you done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, page 25 of your study identifies that the most frequent crashes on Drew Street are rear-end crashes. Our city of Clearwater did our implementation of complete streets. They came out with a number that says 40% of crashes on that roadway, and your FDOT study says 34% are rear-end crashes. What concerned me was it then goes on in the same page to say, quote, typically rear-end crashes are underlined not susceptible to correction through engineering means. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, that's correct, but I will go back to our slide on the fatal and severe crashes. It's not uncommon for rear-end crashes to be the leading crash type on corridors. What we find is typically the more severe crashes are your bike, ped, your head-on crashes, angle and left turn are particularly problematic. So what we're really focused on is the severe crashes, those fatal, incapacitating
Gotcha.
injury crashes,
So we're just
rear-end crashes.
we're discounting that 40% and 34%.
I don't think we're discounting it. I think the difference is if you told me that I could get rid of all the fatal and incapacitating injury crashes and everybody goes home safely, and I've got some rear end crashes that occur and there's some property damage, I think everyone would take that deal in the transportation industry because all of us are working towards Vision Zero, which is
Right.
0 fatalities, 0 serious injuries. I mean, just saying. I mean, I think we would all rather go there. Not to discount them,
Yeah,
just
right.
to say that, like, I think what we're really focused on is trying to solve those crashes that lead to those incapacitating injuries and the fatalities. Not that we want rear end collision. I mean, honestly,
Right.
we would love 0 accidents.
And I totally agree with you. I think that my concern is, we wouldn't argue with you, safety is paramount, and we would agree with so many in our community that there is a safety issue, and we've known that. The question becomes, what is the prescription to solve it? And it just seems like what I'm seeing here is we're shifting the burden and frequency of accidents from Drew Street, and we're throwing it over to what's gonna become State Road 60, which is already the worst street with the most frequent accidents. And then you also said in the beginning that with increased frequency comes increased crashes. So we might be solving some sort of an issue on Drew Street, but the unintended consequences that we're creating is causing more on another arterial road in our community.
So I think a foundational thing to understand is I think for what we're saying in the analysis, it shows that you don't have the volumes to justify a 4-lane road, right? So we're saying the volumes don't, like if we were building a new road, right, or if we were looking at this road and I pulled these counts, I would not build you a 4-lane road. Like I would build you a 2-lane road based on the volumes that you have. And so I think what we're saying is that the volumes, even the projected future volumes, justify a 2-lane road. Now what happens with that is you add friction, right? Because now they love going 45 and a 40, now they got to go 40 and a 40. So you're going to have those people that are going to go, I want to go 45, and they're going to cut over to 60, they're going to cut wherever, right? And so the diverted trips we're showing, it's not a significant number of volume, that's not a significant volume that's diverting. I mean, actually it's really low in the grand scheme of things, and odds are a lot of those trips may be diverting anyway, you know, if you did it. So I think the crux of what we're seeing from the data is that you don't really need a 4-lane road based on the volumes and based on what we're seeing, and we think that a good thing or one attribute of that is that you're going to solve some of these fatal and incapacitating injuries if you go that way. I think that's kind of the crux of what we're seeing in the data, you know, just our side, what we're seeing.
Gotcha.
No questions.
So most of my questions have been answered, so I'm going to ask you what was asked of me 2 days ago, and I was unable to answer. This is an elderly lady who has already needed emergency services twice in 2 months, and she lives on Drew. And she looked at this picture, and she said to me, how long is it going to take for them to get to me? If there's this in the middle, and it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, and it's one lane. And there's a bus, and there's no carve-out for the bus. So she came up with all these scenarios. I couldn't answer her.
Yeah.
And that's a legitimate concern.
And I mean, I would say this, so when we talked about that, as far as the amount of pavement that's out there, if it was a 2-lane road and talk about mountable medians, things of that nature, there's a lot of options in design that can be done to facilitate emergency management getting in and out of there. You know, that's something we don't take lightly, but at the same time, it's really early for us to say. So what you're looking at there is just a conceptual, typical section of, hey, if you just asked us what's the rosy picture of this road look like, that's what it would look like. Now, does the median end up being 6 feet narrower? Does the median have mountable curbs? Does it have pavers so the ambulance or the fire truck can drive over it? Those are all things that we can work through and design, and we do often. You know, a lot of times what we end up designing favors that as far as the travel lanes are concerned, but the design's modified to facilitate whatever concerns there are. Because sometimes it's their concerns about semi-trucks. You know, sometimes it's, we're not in a residential area and people are worried about, semi-trucks making the turn and damaging the curbs, and so we go in and design and modify it to facilitate that. So, I mean, I personally would, if someone asked me that question, I would say, let's get into the design and we can work out those issues and solve those concerns working with emergency personnel.
But sometimes it's too late, and I've seen that. Fort Harrison was not a success. It was a failure. Cleveland Street, it was a downtown where our own distributors couldn't give us our supplies because of the curves. Anybody who had a big car couldn't go. And so, there's a lot of unknowns. Yeah, we just had a pilot on Fort Harrison. The pilot, theoretically, was supposed to be a success. Theoretically, everything was going to be great. It failed. Imagine if we had not done the pilot and we had invested all that money and all that expense only to make things worse. And so I understand you're frustrated, and it's not a personal thing. It's just that we've had experience that has been negative, and so we're gun shy about such a big commitment without knowing everything.
Oh, and I promise, I'm not frustrated with your questions. I'm not frustrated at all with your questions.
Good to know.
No, not at all. I was saying more, I was frustrated with, I just wanted it to be clear that, like, this is not DOT, we didn't dream this up, in our basement and come over here. So that's all. That was the only thing I said. Other than that, I'm good. Listen, I'm good. This is my first day out of bed, so I'm just trying to stay upright.
Tough day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already went, didn't you?
Yeah, so back to my.
How often do the two of you drive east-west?
You mean like, sorry, you meant on Drew Street or in Pinellas County? Or?
Anything, Gulf to Bay, Church Street, any of our east-west connectors.
Oh, I mean, we drive the county often.
How often?
I mean, this is my job, so let's see.
To and from work, or?
No, not to and from work. I'm a East Hillsborough County guy, so I can give you a whole pitch on why I-4 needs to be 10 lanes. I would say, I'd say a dozen times a month. I'm over here driving east-west down 60 or further south, but yeah.
Well, to what I said earlier, about this being overwhelmingly negative on this proposal, there are thousands upon thousands of Clearwater residents, of folks who don't live in Clearwater, but they commute to and from every day. They would significantly disagree with your assumption that Drew Street does not need to be 4 lanes. East-west connection, we even had a meeting last week or so ago for Pinellas, a major study getting ready to happen, which we're happy to see, on US 60. Because east-west is our worst traffic congestion problem. And the citizens overwhelmingly would disagree, who drive it, sometimes every day, disagree overwhelmingly with that lane elimination is not going to make their lives worse, not going to hurt their businesses, not going to make it more dangerous for them, particularly the elderly, not going to make it harder for our first responders to get up and down. That the assumption that we don't need a 4-lane road there, when we already have a very hard time moving traffic east-west. I drove Nursery Road last week at the end of the evening. It's packed at night. Bel Air Road, packed at night. I mean, we do not have enough east-west connector roads, particularly during rush hour. And so that again goes back to the disconnect, being out of touch with how the citizens are experiencing east-west roads in general, that I agree with a couple of the other council members. And having been out there in the community like we have been, not in addition to the data, but just anecdotal, hearing from the citizens, that's the most significant disconnect, is east-west traffic in Clearwater is a major problem and getting worse by the day. So the question I had for you, though, was you had a slide on the fatalities, and so, do you have one for Gulf to Bay over the same period of time?
We do not have that.
Okay.
I can show you the hot crash map.
Yeah, okay. Councilmember? That's all I had. Councilmember?
Yeah,
Well, real quick, I'll say this. We at the DOT completely agree with you that you need better east-west connectivity through Pinellas County. In fact, we're working on that on numerous roads. In fact, we invest more probably than anybody on that. I think what we're saying here on Drew Street is the average speed that people are driving on that road, and based on the way it's designed, that road does not function as a 4-lane connector like, you know, a lot of people will tell us. And I'll tell you, I think when we went out to the public, because there was a public meeting, I don't remember when it was. When we went out to the public, I think had everyone came out against it, I think this project would have died back then. I don't think that anyone would have invested another dollar. I mean, I can tell you, I wouldn't, my staff would not have. You know, but when we went out to the public at that time, now things change, but when we went out to the public at that time, it was support. In fact, I think we got like 70 letters of support for it at the time. Now things change, people change, everything, you know, politicians change, everything changes. So, I mean, you know, I don't know the general sentiment today, but, you know, I can tell you when we went out to the public meeting, the feedback we got was positive. And that's the only reason why we're even here today. But I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm the advocate for widening roads everywhere. I told Commissioner Totten that. I'm like, that's my job. Generally, Witt will tell you, generally he's arguing against me because I say I want to widen a road and they're telling me I shouldn't. So I think generally I'm the capacity guy. I think what we're getting at is, and I get it. I understand that anecdotally, I understand, you know, people's perception, what they feel. I understand all that. And I don't drive the road daily, so I'm not trying to interject or say that I understand what they're feeling. I think all we're getting at is from a data standpoint, it doesn't support it. Like, it just doesn't support it. And I think, like I said, I think if they were 11-foot wide lanes, I don't even think we'd be talking. I think we would just say, yeah, this road's under capacity, people are driving too fast, but the lanes are 11-foot wide, so let's see if we can do some intersection improvements to try and slow people down. I think that's the conversation we'll be having now. But the fact that the lanes aren't wide enough, you know, and I just heard a guy earlier telling a story about school buses clip the mirrors when they drive by. I mean, I think that's when we talk about stuff like that, that's where we're like, okay, what's the better option here? You know, when I talk to people out there and we do a speed study, and even in peak periods, the average travel speed's 5 to 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. What that tells me is, like, yes, maybe there's some concerns there, maybe there's a queue at an intersection, something like that, but people are still driving significantly over the speed limit, which tells me there's not too much friction because they're able to really move. Because if the interstate at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., people are going 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, we wouldn't even be looking to add capacity. We'd say people are flying, but the real thing is they're half the speed limit. So, like I said, I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to argue for this. I just kind of want you to know what we're seeing. Like, I want you to know why we're even presenting this to you, because I think otherwise I wouldn't be here.
And we're sharing with you what we're seeing and hearing.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Most recently.
Yes,
And
sir.
although there may have been 70 people, there are close to 22,000 people just voted in an election here.
Yeah, I understand.
And this issue was made I probably gave more interviews and answered more questions on this issue with all the media, all the television stations. And 22,000 people knew it was an issue, knew what our positions were on this issue, and voted. Overwhelmingly, for at least two of us, and because there are multiple candidates in the other race. So there's that. okay? And it's not about safety. None of those people, these are caring, loving people. They care about their neighbors, all of them. They are great people. And they just believe that there are other ways to work to improve Drew Street without eliminating a lane. And that's, I know that that's, I talked with city, St. Petersburg leaders. Lane elimination is same thing there. Residents do not understand in Pinellas County, with all the traffic congestion we have, all the traffic problems we have, getting worse by the day, how eliminating a lane improves safety. It just does not connect.
I understand.
Okay, thank you. You guys doing all right? Need a bottle of water or anything?
I got mine. Keep ducking back there.
Thank you for being so candid and being good sports. Again, this isn't to beat you up or poke holes or to.
So I will tell you, we do have a hard stop only because we have a public meeting in Waimama that we have to get to. So we're actually pretty close to our hard stop.
Gotcha.
Well, we'll call them.
And I will tell you, I mean, and I'll answer your question, but I just want you guys to know, I mean, we just came here to present the facts.
Yeah.
We know you guys are going to vote on Thursday. We're good with whatever
Appreciate
the vote is. Like
Yeah, I think so. I think when the mayor says a disconnect, and that's not a disconnect on your fault. I think what happens is you come in and from a micro level, your purpose is to solve a safety issue and speed issue. So you kind of hone that focus in on that road, that arterial, that 2.3 miles, or extending it to the segment 3, and you identify a prescription for that. You do some data and surveys to justify that and what it would do, pretty limited to the surrounding areas and parallel roads. But to what he said, in Clearwater, from a macro view, our biggest and worst challenges is 1,000% our east-west transportations. And Sunset Point from Edgewater to Keene is one lane. We're now talking about restricting Drew Street. We just did an entire lane diet, closed parts of Cleveland, full modal bike to move, Skycrest neighbors, North Gateway neighbors, to get them all downtown. And then Druid is one lane. So I think we're really, that's my hesitation is, we're restricted and it's our biggest issue. Now we're restricting one of the only roads that I don't know if there's any left on the east to west that is identified by FDOT as a community connector, right? And a community connector is local and city connections, medium speeds, freight, limited pedestrian bicycle facilities, which they're pretty limited as it is, and highly accessible for vehicles. So to kind of take that only community connector that we really have left, other than the already saturated State Road 60, and almost convert it to what would become a local street like Cleveland, I think we're really bottlenecking and shutting down not only the attraction, but the mobility of travelers and our citizens to get to and from our downtown that we have high hopes for, as well as to and from our beach, which at times 60 during seasonal, which we're backed up from the waves on the beach all the way across the firehouse.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's our biggest concern, and this isn't finding a prescription that fits the numbers today. This has to be the best fit for 20, 25 years, as you did on your 2045. What concerns me is your 2045 numbers, and if I read it correct, you're estimating that 17,000 average daily vehicles will be pushed to parallel east-west arteries to get to your numbers, and 17,000 seemed relatively high.
Let me go back to the numbers here. So,
And not on the slideshow in this. It identifies to get to the numbers, which your data then gives us a level of service of the letter grades, but it's based on, and your exact words in here are redistributing 17,000 daily cars. So we're removing 17,000 cars from an existing community connector road and pushing them, the only place they can go is Gulf to Bay.
so I think the report that you're reading is the previous lane repurposing report from 2022. I just have the numbers here.
April 2023. That's where everything, I've read your 479, and I thank you for the data, two different times, so I just, but, and that's a concern, you know, if we're getting this beautiful presentation and it looks great and it's very Disney World and feels great, but in actuality, behind the scenes, when you drill down, we're getting those numbers, those limited crashes, those intersection times, the limited travel delays, but that's based on removing 17,000 daily average travelers and putting them on, I'm not sure where.
We'd have to go back, I'd have to go back and look at that, because the only thing I can think of is if it's a comparison of the capacity of a 4-lane versus the capacity of a 2-lane, not actual 17,000 vehicles that you're diverting, but I'd have to look.
Okay.
And I mean, I'll be honest, I'm at a level where I don't read.
No, you're fine, and we're just
every
we're thrown into this.
No.
Here, you got a week and a half, make this huge decision, your community's up in arms, and
yeah, and we can look into that.
do your homework.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'm just gonna reiterate, I know you guys have a vote on Thursday.
Yeah,
DOT plans to follow whatever the
Yeah.
will is of the council.
I appreciate you. I thank you for your time and the
I just have one more thing. I know you guys got to go, and that is going back to me being factual data driven, right? I'm looking for a case study. In the report, page 410, WIT actually references a case study, but there's no other places where that case study is. So if there is a case study that is for or that shows that the project worked or shows that it didn't work in a similar area, I'd love to see that. So if you guys could.
Trying to track that down for you.
There's one referenced in there, but it's like Idaho or something, or something.
Yeah, no,
It was in Baltimore, I
There's an
think,
example
like
in
Maryland.
Orlando, and that's what I'm trying to get. I just don't know if they've done
Okay.
an after study yet. That's my
Gotcha.
request. So.
Totally
Thank you.
different species.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
Hey, thank you.
I
We appreciate it.
Yeah, again,
Safe travels, and glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, and I do have to say, you guys are always a great partner with us on all of our projects. I know we work with you guys on the Intermodal Center and all, and State Road 60 through the years. So just know, I know Drew Street's been kind of fun, and we've been doing this together, right? Like this has been a fun one we've been doing together, us and the MPO. So anyway, we appreciate the time. Sorry we're having a jet. I apologize. But.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank you for your time. And again, it's, like you just said, it's about, collaborating with FDOT to make transportation better, not just for Clearwater, but for the entire county and region.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate you coming over here and answering questions.
So next time I'll be coming to widen the road, so I hope everybody's like, widen
Yeah.
the road.
Yeah, you gave
Okay.
us a prescription. Buy right
Thank
away
you.
and widen the road. It was said about 3 times.
Have a moved item 2.3 on the agenda, Clearwater Air Park update.
Moving right along your time.
Remember, listen, budgeting.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Barry Shevlin. I'm the CEO of Fly USA. We partnered with the city to operate and eventually redevelop the Clearwater Air Park. I know you guys probably get a lot of phone calls and emails from residents in and around the air park. There are a couple dozen folks that have pretty strong opinions. So I was hoping, since 60% of the council's new, could give you guys a little bit of background on, where the air park came from and how we got to where we are today from the management perspective and some of the common complaints that you guys hear, because I think context is important. Is that fair? So history of the airpark. Airpark opened in 1939. It used to have 3 runways instead of just 1. I think the FBO, or the office for the airpark, is actually now the maintenance hangar on the new facility. It's about where the clubhouse and the Landings Golf Club is today. So the original airpark property included the Landings. You guys, the city carved that out in the 50s to create the golf course, and probably the most significant improvement made in the last couple decades is the runway was extended to 4,100 feet long in 2012, and it's currently home to about 120 aircraft today. So the airpark, why it's important to the region is really, is a key. Well, it's important. The elevation of the airport is 70 feet. We're 70 feet above sea level. To give you some context, the PIE, the runway elevation, is 11 feet at St. Pete Clearwater International, and there are areas there that are lower than that. Albert Whitted and St. Pete, the runway elevation is 7 feet. So we have an MOU with the Coast Guard. So when a major weather event comes, they do relocate some of their equipment to the Clearwater Air Park. And you know, I expect that that relationship will continue to evolve over the next few years. The other thing that's important infrastructure-wise is small airports like the Clearwater Air Park are important to remove the smaller plane congestion from the big airports. Tampa International doesn't want little Cessna 172s flying in their airspace, nor does St. Pete Clearwater International. So the smaller airports around the community help relieve that traffic from them. So again, strategically important for not just the city of Clearwater, but for the broader region. The last decade, there's an ALP, or an airport long-term planning document that the city produces every decade or so. The last one was produced in 2020. It's updated every 5 years or so, and there hasn't been a lot of progress since the last ALP was developed. And part of that was because the structure of the agreement that the city had with the previous operator really didn't incent improvements. And it was it was structurally limiting. And the air park being in enterprise fund, you know, limits the ability from you guys to take funds from the general fund to fund projects at the air park. So that is why you know, the RFP happened a couple of years ago. The city was looking for a partner to come in and help reactivate the air park. Ideally, you were looking for someone that had both aviation experience and real estate development experience. We partnered with Paradise Ventures. You guys may know Paradise. They built the parking garage on North Clearwater Beach in partnership with the city, which was you know, a transaction the city actually profited off of. So I think in the end that was you know, that was a good transaction. I've known Mike Connor for I don't know, probably 20 years. So we're excited to work together to turn this airport into a facility that you guys will be proud of. And from the very beginning to the RFP is designed to align with the long-term plan for the airport and make sure that all of the development that we're doing you know, stays in line with that. FDOT partners with us, and they help fund these projects on a one-off basis. So we've broken the project into 5 phases. The first phase will be the new terminal, which will be a new terminal and office building. If you guys haven't been there recently, or if you haven't been there in the last, well, I guess it's been this way for about 20 years, but the current terminal are 2 double-wide trailers that were slapped together in 2005 to provide a temporary facility. Still there today. We're hoping to remedy that pretty quickly. The FDOT provides grants that align with the long-term plan, and they either fund 50% or 80% of each project. Normally, the city would have to put up those matching funds to have those projects move forward. And in our proposal, what we're doing is we're providing the matching funds on behalf of the city. So, you know, we're the ones that are financing or funding, you know, these development projects. So that was an important component. I think it was a differentiator between our proposal and any of the others, because we were able to clearly articulate how we could accelerate the development there. Intentions and commitments, you know, there's a lot of stakeholders at the airport. We have tenants at the airport. We have neighbors, you know, neighborhoods that surround the airport. Obviously, relationships with you guys and other civil agencies. You know, our primary commitment is first safety above all. If you guys have looked at our, you know, the annual report we provided you guys in January and everything that we accomplished last year, you know, a lot of it was, you know, focused on removing a lot of the derelict and unairworthy airplanes, but almost everything else would align with really just making it a safer environment and, you know, really making sure that that was deeply instilled in our culture. And that's, you know, that's a commitment for us, not just in that part of our business, but in all parts of our business. We're reducing the intensity from a neighborhood standpoint was really important. The number one complaint we heard was the helicopter flight training was extremely disruptive. I think you guys can agree that was the number one complaint you guys would hear. And when we went through this process, we felt we had a good idea on how to reduce that. So we implemented, as part of our lease with the flight school, some pretty restrictive, some pretty significant restrictions on the helicopter flight training in particular. When we took over the facility, there were 6 training helicopters based there. We've got that down to 1 now. From a safety standpoint, installing a rotating beacon and an instrument approach has always been part of our plan. And then, obviously, we intend to accelerate the development as quickly as possible. As I mentioned, the number one complaint in the neighborhood was the helicopter training. I already mentioned that, get down to one. Currently, the main complaint is from airplanes departing but not following the noise abatement procedures. And every day we're educating pilots on those procedures, and over the last probably 3 or 4 months, we've now seen a significant decrease in those complaints as well. We did put an advisory board together because we wanted to get real-time feedback from a number of our constituents. So we encourage collaboration between the members on that board on not necessarily a daily basis, but we really want to be able to act on things very quickly. There are a number of problems that we've identified we're able to address immediately, based on the feedback from them. That board today consists of 2 representatives of the tenants at the airpark, 1 neighborhood representative, 1 representative from the flight school, and then the president of the local EAA chapter. And some other things, this is just kind of information for you guys to have when those phone calls and emails come in. A lot of citizens were critical of the city not taking funding from the FAA to move some of these projects forward, and there's a reason for that. As I think you guys know, flight into or out of the airport are prohibited after 11 p.m. at night and before 7 a.m. In the event the city took funding from the FAA, the airport would have to be available for takeoffs and landings 24/7. So if the day came when you were willing to take FAA funding, the trade-off would be you would not be able to restrict the after-hours flights. So that's the why behind that when you get those, inevitably get those calls. Some other things to understand, we do currently have noise abatement procedures. I talked about those earlier. Really the goal of those is to get planes to not fly directly over the neighborhood that is immediately west of Keene, just north of the airport. So what we do when the plane's taking off to the north, we ask them to turn to a northeast heading. That keeps them east of Keene and not flying over the neighborhood. Those those noise abatement procedures are fundamentally voluntary. So, nobody's breaking any rules or laws by not abiding by them. Safety of flight has to come first. But we do everything we can to continue to educate the pilots, the young flight instructors on the importance of following those noise abatement procedures and not, to be good neighbors to the neighborhood around us. The FAA and ATC, they also trump noise abatement procedures. So if it's a foggy day and someone's on an instrument flight plan, it's air traffic control in Tampa that is controlling the direction of that flight. A couple months ago, we had a call, someone that was up and very, very upset about a plane that took off about 7:15 a.m. There was a little fog that day. He was on an instrument flight plan. The ATC took him directly over the neighborhood and then out to the west over the Gulf. And that's what they have to do. It would technically it would be illegal for them not to do that. If you have to abide by those rules. So when you get a call on a foggy day about a plane not following the noise abatement procedures, there's a good chance that's the reason. Flights from PIE, PIE is not very far away, and Coast Guard's very active there. There are also some other training facilities there. I'm going to guess that 50 or 60% of the calls that we get for people complaining about low-flying planes and extremely noisy planes are planes that departed St. Pete Clearwater Airport, not the airpark. So, those Coast Guard planes are big and they're loud. And now there's a new one that they're retiring, the C-130s. There's a new one that's coming in that now the people aren't used to seeing. So that's causing another wave of complaints as those fly around. So there's obviously nothing we can do about that. Another common source is news helicopters. So if there's a crash on Drew Street and there's a helicopter hovering there covering it, the main assumption is because it's near the air park that the flight originated there, and that's just a lot of times it's just not the case. So some other things to understand. We enhanced the security there to have people on site on the field 24/7. The primary objective after hours is to make sure that we are, I don't want to say catching, but notifying the police in the event someone does land there after hours. That is our procedure, is that when that happens, our security guard sort of detains the person and calls the police. Police come and typically interview them. They typically give them a warning the first time. I'm not aware of any repeat offenders, since we've taken over. But there have been some folks around the neighborhood that said we should arrest the people or impound the plane. That's not our job, and that's not what we're there to do. So hopefully you find some of this helpful as you get those phone calls, and happy to answer any other questions you guys might have about about what we're doing there, what our plans are, intentions.
Any questions from Mr. Shivlin? Well, I want to thank you for this report. It's very helpful to me, because we do get lots of questions from particularly the neighborhood around there. I think one of the more interesting things I saw in your proposal is it points out how important the air park is to not just Clearwater, but to the region, for regional transportation, for the U.S. Coast Guard, and with the the aviation industry changing like it is, it's more important to have this air park available for smaller planes to come in and out of, to help grow our economy, to help our tourism industry thrive. And so the success of the air park is very important to the future of Clearwater, but also the communication with the citizens about what's going on there is very important.
Sure.
And I appreciate you leaning into some of these things that we've heard concerns about through the community, because it's very important that we help the community understand what our restrictions are, what we can and can't do.
Right. Yeah, and that's our ask, right? Please trust us, and have our back as those folks are calling in, knowing that we're doing everything we can to make things better. So, and I have to, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you, it has been fantastic working with city leadership and management. This really has the approach on both sides has been, this is a partnership. And it's really been great the way we've worked through, a number of issues, over the last year and change. And, everybody's intentions have been great, and it's been great collaboration, so.
Thank you. That will move to item 3.1 on the agenda.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you.
Designate the Clearwater Arts Alliance as the official arts alliance for the city of Clearwater and adopts resolution 24-06.
Good afternoon. Amber Bryce, Arts and Cultural Affairs Manager. The Clearwater Arts Alliance, originally called Clearwater Arts Foundation, Inc., was created in 1999 as a 501c3 not-for-profit organization and was co-founded by former City of Clearwater Cultural Affairs Manager Margot Walbott. The Arts Alliance exists for the primary purpose of advocating, collaborating, fundraising, and bringing visibility to the arts and creating a better community. The Arts Alliance fulfills the needs of the public and city government by organizing local educational art walks, implementing public art programming, and grant funding. Arts Alliance, as a 501c3 arts organization, operates mainly within the corporate limits of the City of Clearwater and has never been designated as the official Arts Alliance recognized by the City of Clearwater. Since 1999, the Clearwater Arts Alliance has pioneered initiatives such as Pianos for Pinellas, Downtown Clearwater Art Walks, and Arts Education Teacher Grants. The Arts Alliance was responsible for the Pinellas County's first signal box wrap program, Thinking Outside the Box. They are expanding their role by assisting the city with projects like revitalizing the 360 Sculpture Walk along Cleveland Street and organizing an exhibit in the Clearwater Main Library galleries. The City of Clearwater has not recognized any arts organization as the official Arts Alliance to operate within the corporate limits of the City of Clearwater. Staff agrees and supports the purposes of the Clearwater Arts Alliance as set forth here and recommends that the council designates them as the official Arts Alliance within the City of Clearwater. Myself and representatives from the Clearwater Arts Alliance, including Board President Beth Daniels, are available to address any questions you may have.
Questions from the council?
Just congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to say, just in the 42 days or wherever it's been since I've been mayor, enthusiasm for the arts throughout the county, throughout the region, it is just really higher than ever. And support, and certainly it's an important part of our growth strategy to make our community thrive here. So welcome the participation of Clearwater Arts Alliance, which has already been very instrumental in generating a lot of the activity we've already had, but there's much, much more potential. and look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
There's no action on this item, right? It just comes up
Not
on,
today.
comes up on Thursday. Yeah, thanks. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 4.1. Yes.
Approve a piggyback dispensing agreement with Opal Fuel Station Services LLC for the sale of renewable identification number credits.
Good afternoon, Brian Langill, Executive Director for Clearwater Gas System. So this is a unique agreement with, we're piggybacking off with the City of St. Petersburg. They approved it last October, and it's associated with our natural gas compressed filling station. It allows us to partner with Opal Fuels, and they can sell renewable energy credits from renewable energy sites and sell them to the refiners and the people that need to be able to, they must comply with that, meet minimum renewable standards. The summary here is pretty detailed here, so I think I'll just stop there and, ask for questions at this point, what type of questions you have on what this program is.
Any questions from the council? Seeing none, do we have consent?
Yes.
All those in favor?
No voting today.
Just
I know
consent.
it's a long day, but yeah.
Just consent.
What's that?
No voting today. It's a
Oh,
work
okay.
session,
I thought
yes.
this was on the consent agenda.
We just say consent, but not.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The question for council today for each item that's eligible to go on consent is whether to leave it on the consent agenda or whether you'd like to remove it.
That was my question.
Yeah, but if it's left on consent, it will still have to be voted on as part of the consent agenda on Thursday.
So I'm just asking if we have agreement to leave it on the consent.
Yes, not to vote
Right.
today.
Okay. Leave this on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Move to item 5.1.
All right, authorize a purchase order to Victor Construction Corp. For various interior and exterior painting.
Good afternoon, Peter Bardot, General Services Director. Staff has requested the ability to piggyback an existing contract with Victor Construction Corp. For various painting projects throughout the city for the duration of their respective contract. This will allow the city to benefit from pre-negotiated prices for various items as required. Any questions?
Any questions from the council? Okay, consent?
Yes.
Unanimous? Okay. Move to item 6.1.
Authorize an increase existing purchase order with Trans Systems Corporation of Clearwater, Florida for professional engineering services for the development of State Street Park.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Art Cater, Parks and Recreation Director. In December 23, Trans Systems Corporation of Clearwater did some preliminary research and planning on our State Street Park. This was basically phase one. Now that the research is completed, we're coming back with this item to increase the purchase order from $12,500 to $135,000. This increase will cover all of the plans, permitting, construction observation, tree inventory, preservation, et cetera, that we need to construct this project. Staff is fully engaged with Spring Branch Neighborhood Association on this project, and they are in full support. The park will be left in its natural state as much as possible. Plans will include a picnic shelter, parking lot, stormwater management facilities, 2 bridges, landscaping, park amenities, educational signage, which was important to the neighborhood, and an improved trail system throughout the park. The budget for this project has increased due to several items that were discovered in this phase one research. They include stormwater management requirements by the county, providing a crosswalk on Betty Lane, additional sidewalks in the right-of-way, and an expansion of the trail system and a bridge in the newly acquired park property that was purchased 2 years ago. Currently, there's $700,000 in ARPA funds for this project, and we hope to close the funding gap by looking at some other ARPA projects that perhaps are not going to be able to be completed prior to our deadline, December 31. With that, do you have any questions?
Does the design include a bathroom? Just
No.
Okay.
No bathrooms.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's up to your comments.
Okay, we have consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, unanimous? Move to item 6.2. Thank you, Ms.
Authorize a guaranteed maximum price proposal to Keystone Excavators of Oldsmar, Florida for the refurbishment of Coachman Ridge Park.
This item is for the replacement of failing wood decking of the Coachman Ridge Park, basically the decking and the handrails. They've had basically cracking. It's been there just a very short period of time, but we hopefully will replace that with sustainable recycled composite material. Oftentimes it's called wear deck. Wear deck carries a 25-year commercial material warranty. The existing boardwalk is 10 foot wide, 370 foot long. It consists of really extremely degraded pressure-treated wood, and this would be a replacement project. While we're replacing the deck and railing, we're also going to install a vinyl-coated wire mesh that goes from basically the railing to the base floor. I think you've seen it at some of the docks that we have just done. It's a nice looking. It'll also allow children and even those in handicapped and wheelchairs to be able to view through and see the areas below. With that, glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the council on this item? Seeing none, do we have consent?
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. Move to item 6.3.
Approve a facility use template between the City of Clearwater and the Clearwater Horseshoe Club, Clearwater Lawn Bowls Club, and the Clearwater Shuffleboard for use and supervision of certain city-owned buildings and facilities.
Art Cater, Parks and Recreation Director. The item before you is the approval of a template agreement that we use with all of our adult groups. There are 3 adult groups, which are the Horseshoe, Lawn Bowls, and Shuffleboard Club. We also have another adult group, which is our 3-score softball group. They have a separate contract and agreement. There is an option, it says in here, to renew for 4 additional 1 year. That is an error on our part. We would ask that it's 5 1-year agreements as far as the renewal. The current agreements for all 3 of these clubs expired December 31st, and they've been operating on a month-by-month basis. Basically, it's because we've been trying to negotiate this new template agreement for all 3 of the clubs. These 3 clubs have existed for a long time in Clearwater. Lawn Bowls just celebrated their 100th anniversary, and Shuffleboard's not far behind them, and Horseshoe's been here for over 40 years. Since Parks and Recreation does not do programming, okay, of these facilities, these clubs actually provide a great service for us, and they do all the programming for the clubs. It should be pointed out that some of the facilities at the Lawn Bowls Shuffleboard Club, which are in need of some major repairs, which will need to be addressed in the very near future. Staff studying the possibility of repurposing a portion of that property for other activities, as it is really one of the most prime locations that we have in the city, which is right next to Stevenson Creek and the Intercoastal Waterway. More to come on this in the future that we hope to bring before you. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions on item 6.3?
No.
Okay. Consent?
Yes.
Unanimous. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cater. Move to item 7.1.
Approve a purchase order with Station Square Condominium Association, Inc. for increased building insurance premiums for the 2024 Condo Association owners' fees.
Mayor, Council, if I may, it is required that I disclose, we talked about this in our one-on-ones, that I do own a unit in this building. Jeremy will go over that this agreement has been in place since 2009. It predates my even employment here. And once this item did come to the city manager's office, ACM Slaughter did go through legal to see if there was an opportunity to make changes or end this agreement, of which at that time we were told there wasn't any option. So the item is now before you.
I guess it's my turn. I will also, under advisement of Attorney Margolis, will be recusing myself as I also own a unit there. I'm not quite sure how that works with the consent item. Must it be removed so I'd recuse myself?
If I may. So first of all, agree with the city manager. I think this is being handled procedurally in the correct manner. As far as the recusal, if there is consensus among the remaining 4 members to leave the item on consent, it can simply be on consent, but with a note that the Councilmember Teixeira has recused herself. Ultimately, when it comes time to vote on the item, it could either be separated out by taking it off consent, or in the alternative, it could simply be noted today that she's recused herself. I think either way will accomplish our purposes, so. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Allshouse, City's Parking Manager with the Public Works Division. The item before you is the city basically, for a long-standing deal since 2009, we're partnered with Station Square. We own the first 100 parking spaces in the bottom floor, in the bottom section of the garage, not the bottom floor, but the bottom section of the garage. And as part of that, we're then a property owner in that, so we have to pay condo fees just like everybody else that owns property in there. This deal predated, I think anybody, well, I wasn't here for sure. I think everybody on this council had nothing to do with anybody that's currently there. But basically, the budget that they worked out for this year, the city's part, is based upon there's a formula that they figure out, they've copied off of. We did have them go back and look at it and dig a little deeper because, as you know, prices just get more and more, everything gets more expensive, so their budget's it's climbing. That's going to be $90,113.52 this year, but then also last year, towards the middle of the year, they had their insurance company notified them abruptly that they were canceling them, so they had to go out and seek new insurance for the building, all the common areas, which we helped pay for. That added an assessment to all of the residents, and our portion of that being $49,749.90. So all told, for this item, we need to pay them for our fees for this year, plus the assessment from last year, $139,863.42. I'll happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Menino.
I have a couple questions. When you stated that as a staff, we looked into getting out of the contract, are we looking into getting out of the contract because the service of this building is not needed in staff's eyes, or are we looking to get out of it because of a possible conflict associated with living?
It is not because of the conflict. I'll let ACM Slaughter answer.
It's the mere financials. There is in one of the attachments was provided basically a revenue and expense model, and we're losing money on it every year. And but unfortunately, because of the nature of its connection to it's not really a marketable product, I wouldn't think. So it's not going to be very easy to divest from it.
So how are we using those 100 spaces? I mean, they're just, it's a pay lot?
It's public parking, it's paid parking, so anybody can use it. But the majority of the city employees that work in City Hall, that's where their parking is. We're putting it in there.
So when new City Hall is constructed, are we still going to need those 100 spaces?
We won't need them for city employees, obviously.
Yeah.
They'll move over closer
But
to
it would
where
stay for
the
the
City Hall
public.
is. But it will still be public parking available to the public for events and such.
Vice Mayor?
So I parked in there last week once, and it's not really marked really well about public parking. And it would be, I would just say that we probably need to put a sign. Maybe we don't need it like this year, but when City Hall's done and it goes back to public parking, that we have it better designated as public parking.
We'll have to follow the tenets of the Station Square as far as posting signs and stuff like that. I don't know if that's a factor, but your point's well made. I know we do have it on the website. We advertise it. We're not trying to keep it a secret. I promise you we're not.
Councilmember Menino?
Just for clarification and direction, I guess, are we recommending as staff, because of the cost, that it's not a service that we need to extend on this contract? And if staff is using these parking spots, how many spaces are we using, and do we have alternatives?
I think, if I could, I think we're obligated based upon the contract that we signed back in a certain, Attorney Margolis could expound on this, but we're obligated under this contract. We signed this deal saying we're a partner with you guys, we own this, and, we have to pay, these are the expenses that we have to pay as being in that agreement, and that agreement is pretty solid.
And when does said agreement expire?
No.
I believe
it's complicated.
Before me,
typical
I told you,
deals.
Yeah,
before me.
it's not easy to get at.
It's a secret?
No, it's
No,
not a
it's
secret. I believe it doesn't
But
expire.
we're definitely bound to pay what is met.
We are, and I do not want to distract from the issue, but I'll just say that this is a good example of contracts that in most cases I've involved or advised government not to get involved in, which are these types of joint ownership arrangements with the private sector. I have seen many times in my career, whether it's this contract with Station Square, whether it's Clearwater's former arrangement on North Beach. I have almost yet to see an example where it has worked out favorably for taxpayers. When you get into the details of these contracts, they're almost always unfavorable to taxpayers, and this one is just one of many examples I have seen. So this agreement was last visited in 2011. And in 2011, it was reaffirmed that the agreement would be in one-year increments, but it is set to automatically renew every single year. Ultimately, as Mr. Slaughter pointed out, let's say that the council wants to get us out of this. Well, what exactly are we going to do? We could, as a city, say that we're going to stiff them on the payment, but ultimately, are we then going to allow the condo association to foreclose on the parking spaces? Because that would be the outcome of it. We could try and sell it, but as Mr. Slaughter pointed out, and with which I agree, there's very limited market for something like that. So trying to sell our interest in this is not something as easy. At least with the North Beach garage, when it came time to get out of it, we had an exit strategy that was a lot more viable. We were able to put that out for a bid, and we were able to get a good bid price out of it. Whereas here, I don't think that would be as viable for us, both because of the location of the garage, the number of spaces, the relationship with the condo association. All those factors, I think, would make it very difficult as a practical matter for us to get out of it. But to Councilmember Menino's point, the option is really just to stiff the condo association on the payment, but it would be in violation of the contract. And my assumption is that the association would foreclose on our spaces. And so you would essentially, win the battle and lose the war, I'm afraid, because we might get out of paying the association dues, but ultimately they're going to foreclose on those spaces and probably have fines and everything that gets put on top of that. So my opinion is that we're pretty much stuck with it. And normally, I would not be giving legal advice in public, but the reason we're doing that right now is to make sure that everyone knows from an ethics perspective that I have looked at this independently of the city manager and of Councilmember Teixeira, and that the rest of the council is benefiting from my independent assessment of this. We're pretty much stuck with it.
Does stuck mean eternally?
Well,
Yes,
I
that's what it says.
think for today's discussion, we need to stick to the agenda, and that's whether or not to pay what we owe, the 139. If there's a larger discussion on what we do going forward, that's certainly something we can discuss and put on for a future agenda.
I think it's
I
without
agree.
question, it's a larger discussion to have. I mean, if the answer is yes, eternally, then we're just kicking a can down the road, spending what's being described as almost a waste of money, and we're going to do that for how long, and then revisit it and say, oh, we can't do this forever, so why not revisit it sooner than later?
Well,
It just makes sense.
I'll say something too. I completely agree with Councilmember Albritton. Then signage is going to be paramount. I never knew we had 100 spaces to park there. Second generation clear. Do you know we had 100 spaces before seeing this?
I didn't know 100, but I knew we had them. Your truck wouldn't fit anyway.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm parking out in the back lot.
Monster
I'm not talking about me. But I'm just saying in general, like, I never even knew that existed till I'm reading it. So.
And I'm not saying we
marketing.
don't
Yeah.
pursue this, I'm just saying today,
Today,
we're
this,
really just considering.
Learn
whether or not
something
to
every
pay
day.
this
Thank you.
bill.
Well, if anybody wants to sign a contract with me, I'm open to it because eternally is amazing. That's, wow.
Well, for as long as we own it, I guess would be the thing.
Right, I mean, in fairness, I mean, one way to look at this is to remember that we are an owner just like other unit owners. I mean, just like Councilmember Teixeira, owns a unit there. I mean, we as a city, we have ownership interests. And so when you get involved in any condominium arrangement, whether it's in the commercial setting or in the residential setting, you are buying into that process, and now you have to contribute to that process. It's just the very nature of condominium ownership. And so as a percentage, just to put it in context, we're paying about 11% of the overall dues, 11 and change, I think. Mr. Slaughter, correct me, but I think 11% and change of the total dues that we're paying. I have verified independently, with city staff that we are being charged the correct amount. So certainly we are not being overcharged by the condo association relative to our obligations. But whether we should continue to be involved in this type of arrangement going forward and what the options are, as the mayor said, I would suggest might be a conversation for a different time, perhaps sooner rather than later, but I would suggest that the council approve this item as is. I do believe for the moment we're stuck with it.
I'm fine with consent.
Okay, consent?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. That would move to item 7.2 on the agenda.
Approve a purchase order to Millennium Products, Inc. of St. Petersburg for 2 Wenco small-size solar surveillance camera trailers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I have prepared remarks for both of these items, but my director, Marcus, suggested perhaps in the spirit of brevity, you may just want some synopsis of it. So basically, this is a request to authorize a purchase order for the purchase of 2 Wenco small-size solar surveillance trailers, camera systems, in the amount of $108,344.56 from Millennium Products of St. Petersburg. The proposals were part of a piggybacking arrangement as applicable by our ordinances, and there is sufficient funding available in fiscal year CIP 2024 for this purchase.
Appreciate the brevity. Thank most. I read, and I assume council read the reports in the packet. So, thank you for that. Are any questions?
I just have one question statement. Is this going to be utilized for watching, like you said in the statement? So putting out on North Beach to
Yes.
see the flooding
Absolutely.
aspects?
So it allows
and all
us
that?
to look at stormwater behavior in real time.
Perfect.
Yep.
It arguably saves us money.
Yes,
Saves us money.
absolutely. And so if you like the brevity on that first one, you're really going to like it
Okay,
here,
well, let's
because this
get-
is like 4 pages
Consent, will
long.
this one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
So again, good afternoon. This item is a request to approve a purchase order to United Rentals of North America for the rental of 8 portable pumps for the term of June 1st, 2024 through August 27, 2024, with an optional 3-month extension valid through November 30th, 2024, if the underlying contract is renewed, in the total amount not to exceed $139,176 pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinance, Section 2.5631C, piggyback and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. Long and short story of this is an agreement that was really hard to put together because this is for renting some pumps for use on the beach. And the real challenge here was that the contract that the agreement, the Sourcewell agreement that we're piggybacking on actually expires before the end of the term. So at council's recommendation, we shortened the length of the rental agreement to coincide with the expiration of the underlying Sourcewell agreement, anticipating full well that Sourcewell will renew and allow us to execute the entire tenure of the agreement.
Questions? Consent?
Yep. Yes.
Unanimous? Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to item 7.4 on the agenda.
Council's items 7.4 through 7.6 are being continued. Staff is requesting the continuance in order to make some legal clarifications. Because they were noticed and advertised, it will need to remain on the agenda for Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Item 8.1.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designations of residential low, RL, and preservation P, and initial zoning atlas designations of low-density residential and preservation P for 1239 Brookside Drive. Do you have
Eight point-
TA as
yeah,
a, okay,
8.1
so my agenda says something differently, so that's okay. Approve amendments to the Community Development Code to provide for accessory dwelling units in certain residential zoning districts.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Kyle Brotherton, Planning and Development. I'm going to take you through a quick presentation today on our proposed amendments to the Community Development Code, TA 2024-03001. So the first item on this ordinance, and probably the largest one, is the creation of accessory dwelling units. I'll also include a brief overview of what they are and some benefits of ADUs. We'll also go over some statutory changes, staff identified amendments, and we'll finish with some minor clerical amendments. So generally speaking, what is an ADU, or an accessory dwelling unit? It's really a secondary dwelling unit that exists within or on the same lot as a detached single-family dwelling. And as you can see in the graphic, they can be accomplished through a number of different ways: detached, attached, garage conversions, potential upper story conversions as well. So what are some benefits of accessory dwelling units? One is the creation of missing middle housing. Missing middle housing can really be thought of as housing types such as ADUs, duplexes, triplexes that fall between our traditional single-family homes and some of our larger scale apartments or condo units. And these missing middle housing types are meant to be integrated into single-family neighborhoods with that single-family feel and scale, so they don't look overwhelming to the existing neighborhood. Accessory dwelling units can also provide for aging in place or for multi-generational households. Accessory dwelling units also have the ability to become naturally occurring affordable housing over time, and they do allow the property owner some sort of additional income generation. So the proposed changes for accessory dwelling units, we are going to establish this as a permitted use in the low-density residential, low-medium-density residential, and medium-density residential zoning districts. This would be a brand new use that we would be establishing. Within the downtown district, we would actually be reestablishing this as a permitted use. The previous amendment that we did to the downtown district inadvertently removed this. And accessory dwelling units are currently permitted in the commercial, office, tourist, institutional, and industrial research and technology districts. So along with establishing that as a permitted use, we would be establishing development standards as well, including lot size and width. For setbacks, depending on if your accessory dwelling unit is detached or attached, your setbacks would be a little bit different. If you have a detached accessory dwelling unit, there would be flexibility permitted inside in your setbacks. However, if you have an attached accessory dwelling unit to your primary house, you would have to follow the setbacks of the primary house. Along the same lines for height, if you have a detached accessory dwelling unit, it could not exceed the height of your principal house. So if you have a single-story house that's about 12 or 13 feet, that accessory dwelling unit would have to be no greater than that 13 feet. But we do allow that to go up to 20 feet. And as you can see here, a two-story house, you would be provided a little bit extra height. Similarly, attached accessory dwelling unit would have to meet the primary house's maximum height. This ordinance also proposes to include one required off-street parking space for an accessory dwelling unit. However, you could petition to have that flexed down to 0 required off-street parking, and that would be done through a review from the city engineer to determine if there's adequate on-street parking space available. For the size of an accessory dwelling unit, we're proposing to cap that at 750 square feet or 50% of the gross floor area of the primary home. So just for simple math, if your primary home is 1,500 square feet or greater, the maximum size for your accessory dwelling unit could be 750 square feet. Anything less than that would be 50% of your primary house. And then for architectural standards, as you can see in this image here, the accessory dwelling unit's on the right, and it matches the primary house in architectural style. Also on this, we did get asked if shipping containers could be permitted as an accessory dwelling unit, and we would permit that to be used. However, that shipping container would need to meet all applicable building codes, as well as architectural standards here. So you couldn't just drop it on your lot and call it a day. Some additional information for accessory dwelling units. We're proposing to have one accessory dwelling unit per parcel, and that would not count against density. So if your lot only permits one maximum of one dwelling unit, you could do an ADU provided you meet all the other requirements in the code. Staff is also currently proposing an owner occupancy requirement, and this would require the owner of the property to live either in the primary house or within the accessory dwelling units. Staff is also proposing to have this be approved as a Level 1 Flexible Standard Development Application, or FLS. That is a staff level approval, would be approved by the Development Review Committee. And similarly, city code does not permit short-term rentals for residential uses in residential zoning districts. So an accessory dwelling unit within a residential zoning district would not be permitted to be used as a short-term rental. On the screen are some examples, real-life examples of accessory dwelling units, but I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into that owner occupancy requirement. So staff is currently proposing that, and that came from research that we had done previously. So to kind of get at that, we would have a property owner affidavit be signed as part of the application, and that would just acknowledge that the property owner would have to live either on the primary unit or the accessory dwelling unit. And that affidavit would also acknowledge that short-term rentals would not be permitted if it's located in a residential zoning district. However, as we've done additional research, reached out to other communities with questions on accessory dwelling units, we have learned that other communities are actually getting rid of that owner occupancy requirement. So today, after the presentation, but we wanted to get this in front of you, council, for your discussion later in this presentation, to see if we want to go forward with the ordinance as proposed or potentially remove that owner occupancy requirement. Into the legislative changes, the first one is gray water bonuses, density bonuses for gray water systems. These would be applicable to certain residential developments that include the use of gray water technology. And depending on how many units in a development has a gray water system installed, they could see a 25% or 35% density bonus increase. For temporary emergency housing, the city actually incorporates by right Pinellas County's provisions for temporary housing after a hurricane or other natural emergency. The state statutes now dictate that temporary emergency housing can be on the site of a residential property for up to 36 months. So we're just adding a quick statement that says, temporary emergency housing can be on the site for up to 36 months, provided certain conditions are met. For certificates of concurrency and capacity, these are no longer required by state statutes. So the proposed ordinance proposes to delete these sections out of the code. When a site plan is submitted or an application submitted, our city staff reviews that proposal to ensure that public services such as sewer and potable water would be available and adequate, or they would determine if the developer would need to do any sort of infrastructure updates. And these would be handled through the site plan review process and prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And then lastly, state legislature now requires floating solar to be a permitted use within certain land uses. As you can see in the image here, that is an example of a floating solar facility. Typically, these would be found in larger scale reservoirs, quarries, or other large bodies of water with little to no wave action. But we do have some stormwater ponds in the city that could potentially support a floating solar, so we're including it as well. As we move into our staff-initiated amendments, solar energy systems. So we're proposing to develop standards for roof-mounted solar energy systems and the aforementioned floating solar. And these are really just photovoltaic panels that are used to convert, the sunlight into electricity or thermal energy. For this, a roof mounted could be on any type of roof, garage, carport, anything similar. These provisions do not contemplate ground-mounted solar energy systems. For notices of applications, currently we only send out a notice of application for a level 1 case after it's been deemed complete prior to our development review committee. So we're proposing to add our level 2 cases. Those are the cases that go before the community development board for approval. That those be noticed prior to the development review committee. At minimum, this would provide an additional 4 to 6 weeks of additional notice for surrounding property owners and neighborhood associations of projects coming down the pike. For car washes, we're adding a couple of flexibility criteria, and this is really just to clarify how staff interprets the code currently. So the first is the location of a car wash on a property, and then the second dictates where vacuums or other similar structures could be located, and not between the principal structure and the right-of-way. And that is currently consistent with our accessory structures provisions that we have for other uses in the code. The affordable housing density bonuses, we currently provide for that, but it is approved as a level 2 approval, so it has to go before the community development board. So staff is proposing to reduce the level of review to a level 1, so staff level approval at the development review committee. This would decrease the approval time on those projects that seek to use affordable housing density bonuses. And then lastly, we have residential infill footnotes. We're proposing to delete these footnotes. This is the only use within the development code where the footnote provides additional flexibility, but the criteria to achieve that flexibility is not provided elsewhere. So this would bring consistency throughout the rest of the code. And then lastly, we'll close with some minor clerical amendments. We're looking to reformat certain use tables so that all of the use tables within the code are consistent. We're also going to either update or remove outdated references, Clearwater 25, our new comprehensive plan, airport master plan, things of that nature. And then we're also going to be adding or amending definitions as needed for accessory dwelling units, gray water systems, floating solar, things of that nature. And since accessory dwelling units are a new permitted use, we did do some community outreach with regards to ADU specifically. So on April 2nd, we held an online webinar that was recorded. We had a Q&A session, and that webinar is actually on the city's YouTube page, so you can go and view that webinar if you want to. We also held a community open house at the East Library on April 11th. This was a drop-in type of event. It was meant for residents or prospective builders of ADUs to come and be able to ask questions of staff and take a look at individual properties on an individual basis. And then lastly, as detailed in the staff report, this proposed amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it furthers purposes of the Community Development Code. The Development Review Committee at its April 4th meeting recommended approval of these amendments. And at the Community Development Board meeting on April 16th, the CDB unanimously recommended approval of these amendments with the modification to the accessory dwelling unit definition as detailed in your cover memo. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and have any discussion on that owner occupancy requirement that we have currently proposed.
I don't have a question, but I do want to point out, recognize, give you kudos, whatever, because I think it is important and it's going to make a lot of people happy, the significant increase in notice time. I know that's been a topic that's brought to my attention for so long by so many. So thank you so much. This is good news.
Yeah, that was a lot of the feedback that we've heard from our residents as well. So we're hoping that that brings light to some projects coming down the pike a little bit earlier.
Yep.
I have a quick question. I guess in looking into ADUs, and I thank you as staff for kind of opening those doors. I think it could be a big help with obtainable housing in our community, as well as affordability. But I guess my question is, in research, the average ADU, it says, is between 600 and 1,200 square feet. So if a homeowner on a bigger property, like mine is 910 square feet, I'm limited to a 455 square feet ADU, though I might have plenty of space. That's kind of, I'm almost out of that ballgame when I should have the ability because of my size of my property. So I'm wondering if there was ever discussions on maybe putting a threshold or a floor on that square footage of allowance. If your house is 900 square foot, well, you still fall in the 550 square foot or below the minimum average of 600 square foot to be able to accommodate it, versus shoving me into the box of, well, you can only do a 450 square foot because your home is 910 square foot, regardless of the acreage you have. Does that make sense?
It does. And most of the research that we found is that most codes were developed with a sort of maximum, and then they had a percentage of the principal structure. So really, an accessory dwelling unit is just that. It's accessory to your primary house. We understand that there's smaller homes within the city. Some of the research that we've done and some of the data that we had going back to when we updated our comprehensive plan, the average house size in the city of Clearwater was about 1,500 square feet, if I'm remembering correctly. So that's also how we started to base some of our numbers off of. So we settled at the 750 square feet or the 50% of your primary dwelling unit. And that would be regardless of property size, whether it's the actual lot size or the primary dwelling that you have.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
I just want to get some direction on that property owner requirement. As it's proposed, we would have the property owner in one of the units, whether it be the primary house or the accessory dwelling unit. Like I said, as we've gone through in research, we've discovered that some communities are getting rid of that, and it's led to an increase in the construction of ADUs. So if we want to go forward with how it's proposed, we can keep that. Or if you want to potentially remove that, we could do a motion to amend on first reading to remove that property owner requirement. But that would be up to council.
Well, I mean, we definitely need more housing, so ADUs are going to help us be part of the big picture in creating more of that. I mean, there's a legitimate concern that short-term rentals are very hard to sometimes figure out, and certainly if somebody's using one of these as a short-term rental, which would be very easy to do, and it's going to be very hard for us to monitor it too with this kind of unit. So I think that would be,
At least to start off.
that would be my concern with, opening it up.
You mean opening it up to not having the owner live in either
right.
one? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. In fact, I didn't disagree when they were talking about having an owner live in either unit. I didn't disagree with that. We could start off like that and see
I'd like to really do some more research to see if other communities are having that kind of problem.
Well, didn't you just reference that communities are going away from that? So essentially,
That's what
That's what the-
that's what we've been learning, yeah. Some communities are going away from that. Obviously, these would be communities that have had, an accessory dwelling unit code for probably multiple years. We looked around the state of Florida, we looked around the entire United States, and a lot of the more established accessory dwelling unit codes were based on the West Coast, in California specifically. So they've had, decades of experience with how this works.
And they've
Here in Florida, it's a little bit newer than on the West Coast. So yeah, it's one of those things. So we kept the property owner in for now, with really specific regards to the short-term rentals. Having the property owner on site could help potentially quell some of those issues.
Yeah.
But as we've gone through, we've done additional research, we get inquiries every day on our zoning line about, accessory dwelling units. It's just some additional information that we found since we've proposed this and brought it to the community development board before we've gotten here, so.
just throwing this out there, probably most people that would do this right off the bat are either doing it for family members to live in, aging family members, or somebody who's already renting their house out and probably looking to help support low income and get another renter in there. So if we're keeping that in there, you're limiting one facet of that. I think if you're trying to get away from short-term rentals, of course, there's always going to be those people that skate by, right? But that's going to come to the community and neighbors reporting it or getting fed up with that type of a thing. And then I guess that's how you would monitor it, just, again, throwing it out there. I would be more open to just removing it, probably, and going with what the standard seems to be with people that have, or cities that have been doing this for decades already. And that's why.
Councilmember Menino?
I think I'm with you. I think my thought is remove that requirement of making and mandating that it has to be owner occupied. I think it's something that we monitor, keep our finger on the pulse. If we're getting complaints and we're seeing issues in our community from that, then we revisit it and change it. But I think to allow that flexibility, I think I'm supportive of removing it.
Agreed.
Propose it that way for us, then with removing it.
So
Remove
I have a strong, we've just got so much pressure from short-term rentals throughout the community. That's my concern. But I also see that we really are restricting the inventory of rental property, and we so desperately need more of that if we leave that limitation in. So I would be open to considering it the other way. It sounds like these two of us, maybe all of us are open to it too, so that's how I'd propose it for Thursday.
Okay, so yeah, we can bring back a motion to amend on Thursday to remove that
Yeah.
portion of the code.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been at this 2 hours. Do we need to take a break, or we just want to fight through it, or
Let's get through it.
get through it? Okay, item 8.2.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential low RL and preservation P, and initial zoning atlas designations of low density residential LDR and preservation P for 1239 Brookside Drive.
Good afternoon, Dylan Prince, Plan Development. The Plan Development Department is executing this agreement to annex that was signed in January of 2023 at the request of the property owner. Execution of this ATA will result in the annexation of a 0.255 acre property consisting of one parcel of land occupied by a detached dwelling. It is also proposed that these 0.08 acres of abutting Beverly Circle North right-of-way, not currently within city limits, also be annexed. It is proposed that the property be assigned future land use designations of residential low and preservation, and zoning atlas designations of low-density residential and preservation. The property currently receives water, sanitary sewer, and solid waste service from the city, and these services will continue upon annexation. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Item 8.3.
Approve the First Amendment to Development Agreement between the City of Clearwater and Gotham Property Acquisitions and the D'Annunzio Group.
Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me while I find my presentation, if you don't mind. sorry. There's a lag in this. Joel? Yes, I just can't get it on. Sorry. Great, thanks. Okay, sorry about that. I know it's late, so do you want me to skip over some of the presentation, or would you like?
Summarize if you would, yeah.
Summarize.
I mean,
We've all
we
read it.
know about the project, we know
Okay,
about
well, part of
the
it,
changes. so-
I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to skip through this. As you know, we're amending the development agreement council approved back in August of 2022 for the redevelopment of the bluff. These are the original site plans that were approved. Well, and this is the wrong presentation, so I will speed through it then. I will just say nothing is changing with regard to the Harborview site. All the changes are really focused on the City Hall site. And this is the project that was previously approved, and now we are going to be moving forward with some changes in the design, and I think there's actually 12 changes to the actual agreement. As you all know, there were some changes going on in the market since this was approved back in 2022, and Gotham came to us, asked us to consider a change in design as well as some of the financial contributions, and we engaged HR&A, and we found that there are in fact some issues that have really created a lot of pressure on this project. So the city was open to discussing changes. Some of those things were increasing in interest rates and insurance costs, as well as escalating construction costs, and some findings of the geotechnical report. So this is what the new site plan looks like here. On the left, it looks very similar to what was approved back in August of 2022. But the site now is going to have less development than originally approved. It was a 600 unit maximum, so now the new design is down to 400 units. There were up to 40,000 square feet of commercial uses. That's down to 12,400 square feet. For a point of comparison, that's about 2,400 square feet more than you find at Water's Edge, so it's still a substantial amount of commercial space. This project is a little bit higher. The density is lower, and there's some more parking spaces, or at least the parking ratio proposed is higher than what was originally approved. And then the other big change is that instead of having all underground parking, there's going to be one floor of underground parking. You'll also see a change here is that there's one tower instead of two. It's pushed over to where the original southern tower was approved, and that's kind of in line with the way the orientation of the Oak Cove is, and it provides a larger view corridor between the tower and Water's Edge. So here is a view. It still retains a modern coastal design like the previous one. And for some reason, we have the wrong PowerPoint in here. Thursday night, I'll show ones that show you how the parking it's in your packet, of course, and it's attached to your development agreement. We still have commercial property here along the Osceola, so you have that pedestrian interaction. And they're still retaining this public walkway from Osceola down to the park, but because of the parking now having to be located in the building podium, there's a reduction in that commercial space. And here's a great view from the bridge looking over here. So there's, as I said, 12 changes to the development agreement, and I'm just highlighting what I picked out to be, I think, the most important ones, and certainly the city attorney who drafted all these can weigh in. Obviously, we have the new design. We have the fact that additional 50% of the parking can be located above grade. It cannot be visible, though, from Osceola Avenue. There was a change in the purchase price because of the fact that the appraisal originally was not based on the actual project. This big change is the extension and the substantial completion date, and then some liquidated damages if the project is not done within the required time frame. And then there's probably 4 other provisions I would highlight. One is that we're removing the construction of the pedestrian bridge as a requirement, and there's some incentives that are being proposed that were not previously there. And I think that covers about everything. If the city attorney wants to add, I'll let him jump in. I think that this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the community development code, as well as your downtown plan, and the CDB reviewed this and is recommending approval.
Okay. Questions, comments? Very good, thank you. Okay, item 9.1.
Approve a purchase order increase to H&H Liquid Sludge Disposal and Merrill Brothers, Inc. of Kokomo, Indiana.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is for an increase in the purchase order between H&H Liquid Sludge Disposal and Merrill Brothers in the city for the hauling and disposal of biosolids or sludge from our wastewater facilities. Biosolids are removed from the wastewater in the treatment process. The biosolids are stabilized and dewatered at our plants and transferred to a residuals management facility for further processing. The contract also includes provisions for hauling liquid sludge from the east plant to the northeast plant for stabilization. The east plant doesn't have facilities for stabilization and dewatering. We're asking for a purchase order increase in the amount of $555,000, bringing the total amount to $3,580,800. The increase will provide additional funding for the contracts through November 2024, which will allow us enough time to rebid the contract. I'm asking for your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, consent? Unanimous? Thank you. Okay, item 9.2.
Approve a work order to Tetra Tech for rehabilitating the effluent sands filters at the city's northeast water reclaim facility.
Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The Northeast Water Reclamation Facility uses 12 sand filters. Here's a picture. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
12 sand filters in its treatment process. Over time, the sand media becomes less effective and must be replaced. Currently, the 12 sand filters are operating at approximately 50% treatment capacity, primarily due to issues such as sand media loss, defective air lines, valve corrosion, and leakage. These issues can lead to reduction in process efficiency. The purpose of this project is to rehabilitate the sand filters and associated equipment, including removal and replacement of the media and inspecting and repairing the damaged components. The item before you today is for Tetra Tech to help us provide design, permitting, and bidding services associated with the rehabilitation of the effluent sand filters, and I'm asking for your approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the council? Nope.
If we're at 50% operations now, does this project put us at a 100% capacity, or where does it put us?
This will bring us back up to 100% capacity.
Beautiful.
Consent?
I do have one quick question. How long will that last, of it being at 100% capacity? How many years does that give you?
I think 3 to 5 years. We'll have to look at it again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
Okay, item 10.1.
Mayor, if I may, just before Rich walks away, just a quick, want to give them a congratulations. Because they received the Collection System of the Year award. So I'd like to have just a moment to acknowledge them. They were selected for the Florida Environment Association's Wastewater Collection System of the Year Award, awarding it to medium utilities that serve Florida communities between 20,000 and 75,000 accounts. It was given in April of 2024, and it recognizes the utilities for significant accomplishments and the fostering of excellence in the operation and maintenance of wastewater collection systems. So very much proud of the team out there, and just wanted to say a quick congratulations.
Thank you, but it was the team that's in the collection system, not me. I'm in the office.
Pass that on to the team, because they're not here.
Team deserves the credit.
Thank you.
We got a great team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10.1.
Approve an increase on purchase order to RDK Assets, Inc. of Tampa, Florida for solid waste recycling truck rentals.
You guys drew the short straw
I
at the end of this.
know. Dead last.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Jacoby Washington, Solid Waste Assistant Director. So we are seeking a purchase order increase with RDK Assets Incorporated for truck rentals, solid waste and recycling truck rentals, an amount of $204,000, not to exceed $300,500. On October 24th, 2023, Assistant City Manager approved a purchase order to RDK Assets Incorporated in the amount of $96,500. If this increase is approved, the total amount for truck rentals will not exceed $300,500. The Solid Waste Department is facing significant challenges in maintaining its usual level of services for solid waste and recycling due to several challenges that we're facing. One, unforeseen delays in the delivery of new collection vehicles. Two, nationwide shortages of parts coupled with higher than average mechanical failures in our existing fleet. All of this has put a strain on our department's ability to maintain its regular operations. I would like to note that this is not unique to just the City of Clearwater Solid Waste Department. This is a nationwide solid waste industry concern that we're all feeling. So without securing additional resources, these challenges could lead to disruptions in both trash and recycling services, potentially creating sanitation concerns in the future. We request your authorization to piggyback on the City of Boynton Beach contract, which has been extended through March 2025. This will allow us to rent trucks on a monthly basis under the same terms, conditions, and pricings as the current bid agreement, ensuring a seamless transition and continuance of on-time solid waste services. So I am happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Vice
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Okay, so my question is, we have a shortage of trucks. We've got some that are broken down, can't be fixed on time, so you're leasing trucks to fill in until you get them repaired, is that correct?
That is correct. The current fleet, we're experiencing breakdowns, longer than expected breakdowns, right? Also too as well, equipment that we have purchased, it's taking longer than expected to actually receive them. So to answer your question, yes. So renting trucks will kind of bridge that gap and help us get back on track and keep things rolling smooth. So.
Well, I mean, I've seen this with the fire trucks, the same thing. You order them and they come in like 4 years from now. So it's not a simple fix just to buy a new truck and instead of spending $300,000 on rental. So, okay, thanks.
Councilmember Cotton?
By the time this $300,000 is going to either need another renewal, are we anticipating any delivery of any new trucks by that point in time, or what is the stopgap here, or are we going to be looking for another $300,000 for an additional year, or is that just unknown?
Yeah, no, great question. So what we are anticipating to happen within that time period is, one, to get our current fleet back into rolling, back up to date. That'll give us a little leeway to actually get trucks fixed. Because currently, right now, staff are working additional hours just to try to maintain the level of service. But having this additional resources will provide us some time to actually get our current fleet our current fleet back up to speed. But then also too, we are anticipating some of our our orders to come in. So to give you all a example, I have here written, so we had an order, purchase order in 2021, 2022 fiscal year, and we just received those trucks about a month ago. So that kind of give you guys a time frame. So we're looking at anywhere from 18 to 21 months. So I think maybe the question may be asked is, what are we doing to kind of offset that? And we're speaking with General Services, we're looking to place orders ahead of time to kind of combat that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like to see that we're finally giving your department some support, right, and slowly piecing things back together and get you and the team running efficiently and effectively, because this is vitally important services to our citizens and to our city. So thank you for your patience, and we'll keep working with you.
Sounds good.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, consent?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you all.
unanimous, thanks. Move to agenda item 11, city clerk, 11.1.
Appoint Martin D. Kelly to the Sister Cities Advisory Board as the business community representative with a term to expire March 31st, 2028. Council members, he was currently serving an unexpired term and is eligible to be reappointed to a full term.
Consent?
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. Item 11.2,
Appoint Janelle Griffith Donato to the Pinellas Opportunity Council to fill the remainder of an unexpired term through February 2, 2028. Council members, the current member, there was Ms. McGee was the member, and she had recently resigned, and we were just recently, actually resigned last year, and we were recently informed that she had resigned. And so Ms. Griffith Donato has submitted an application for your consideration.
discussion? Consent?
Yes.
Yep, unanimous. 11.3,
Appoint Linda Byers to the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board as a citizen representative to fill the remainder of an unexpired term through November 30, 2025. This position was filled by Carmen Santiago, who was no longer able to serve on the board. Ms. Byers is currently on the board in a different capacity, but she has since retired from the city of St. Pete. So the board, what staff would like to do is change her from the individual who worked in that field to the citizen representative.
Yes.
discussion? Consent? Okay, unanimous. 11.4,
Reappoint John Renton to the Air Park Advisory Board to a term expiring May 1, 2028. Council members, Mr. Renton has completed his first term and is eligible for another full term.
discussion? Consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Unanimous. 11.5,
Appoint Juliet Maravenko to the Pension Advisory Committee to a term expiring April 1, 2026. Council member, she was the individual who was appointed for the remainder of Mayor Onk's term on that position. So she is eligible for another, this is the position who is actually appointed by the council.
okay. Discussion? Consent?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 12, city manager verbal reports.
Nothing, sir.
Okay. Item 13, city attorney verbal reports.
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Item 14, new business items. Hearing none. Item 15, closing comments by mayor. I'm going to save those for Thursday night.
Thank you.
I think you all talked with me enough, you don't need to hear anymore from me. Okay, with that, I adjourn the council work session for May 13th.
Thank you.
Good work, good work.
Excellent.